world. Yeah, what it do, 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 world. What it do, 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 world. Yeah, we are locked and loaded. It is going down. Something's going down. Yes. Shout out to the alignment. Knocking everybody back in alignment. You don't need no chiropractor. No chiropractor needed. You just knock right back into your holy alignment. So yeah, shout out to everybody on all the platforms. We back on TikTok finally. Oh my goodness, really? Y'all gonna keep playing this red light, green light? Yeah. So for everybody out there on that platform, hey, you know where I'm at. It's lit everywhere else, but we're live now. We're on Rumble. So we're up over on Rumble, where it's a lot of controversy over there too, which is a good platform, just like YouTube. But they don't trip about a lot of stuff, so which might actually bode well sometimes. But we're live on X. Shout out to everybody on X listening up over there. Facebook Live, Kick, Twitch, YouTube. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. Without further ado, like I said, the Holy Spirit is rubbing icy hot on the whole world right now. Rubbing icy hot. Shout out to all the beloved brothers and sisters out there on all the platforms. We're on Instagram too. So, yeah. And it's going to be a lovely time to see what happens with all this stuff going on right now. Like I said, we are in the middle of the icy hot rub down and get your Vicks, and get your get your Halls, get your Ricola. Yeah. Yeah, it's just it is nonstop right now, yeah. And hope everybody's good. So much going on in the world, and we must stay alive and alert. That's the key. Staying alive and alert. Because there's a lot of big stuff going on right now, especially with the weather right now. You got one side hot, you got one side cold, and even on that cold, it's still getting hot, and even on the hot side, it's still getting cold. So it's like, you getting cooked, you getting air fried, you getting wholly air fried right about now. So a lot of people wasn't paying attention, getting caught up in that la la land, and then it's getting caught up in that la la land. People waking up now, and it's desperate times, calling for desperate measures from a lot of people right now. So shout out to everybody up on TikTok. You are listening live. You can't see and hear everything that's being displayed on the screens. If you wanted to be able to see what is being posted up on as far as the conversation right now, you can go to my YouTube channel, and that is at Prime Blaq. You'll be able to join the chat there and be able to see everything that's going on there. But without further ado, we will get to all the activity that's going on. Like I said, I have tabbies. I got tabbies. It is about to work them abs out. About to work them tabbies out. So without further ado, we're just gonna get started with what's shaking and baking everywhere. And we're just gonna run down and put all of this together.
4.8, the latest in this. Hey, how's it going out there, folks? Welcome back here to a Wednesday morning, 10:57 local time here in the AM, California time, that is. January 22nd, 2025 is the date. Latest activity here on the Earthquake 3D Globe shows some movement out in the southeastern Indian Ocean here. Got a 5.1 moderate size earthquake out there in the Indian Ocean, little fracture boundary out here. Still seeing some movement out across the Japan region overnight and this morning. Got a little newer activity here with a 4.8 fairly shallow earthquake up here across the area of Tokyo. about 4 miles deep for this 4.8, the latest in this region. Following that, some earthquake activity up in Alaska, a little bit of movement down south in the Philippines area as well. Still watching this region specifically, the Nankai Trough area, for some further movement. And when it moves, it's going to be a big earthquake. Looking at something potentially above 8.0, depending on how many fragments out here tend to take place in that rupture. For California area, we're lighting up out here a little bit in the last hour. Got some earthquake activity on the San Andreas Fault here in the red circles. A couple earthquakes here in the last hour. Tend to be all following each other within about a couple minutes or so time period from each other. That means that things are on the move out here across the West Coast when we get that plate boundary moving. And this specific earthquake right here is at the kind of the bend zone, just north of the Garlock Fault shear zone. This is where they believe that the southern branch here of the San Andreas Fault could produce the 8.1 that's been expected for, many decades. It's well overdue in terms of the time accumulation that has passed since our last full rupture down here. And a little bit of earthquake activity following that 1.3 here on the San Andreas Fault. A little further activity along the Garlock Fault shear zone. So things are quite strained out here. Now, these are not big earthquakes. These are very small earthquakes below the 2.5 threshold, but they're still a good indicator of the plate boundary on the move out here today. But pretty close there to the region that we could see an unzip. As far as 2.5 and above, as you can see, there's not a whole lot there on the map. The majority, if not all of this here in Southern California, is microquake activity, but it is still earthquake activity, and it can point to bigger things out here. So just be on guard. A little bit of movement down south here at the southern end of the San Jacinto Fault Zone near Borrego Springs. A couple of smaller earthquakes here in the last hour within minutes of each other. Again, a good key indicator of things on the move across California. Up here across Nevada near the Sheldon Contiguous Study Area. This used to be called the Sheldon National Antelope Refuge. I was out here a few years back investigating a pretty good earthquake swarm. Nothing but dirt roads out here. And it's interesting. A whole lot of desert out there in Nevada. But a lot of obsidian lava flows up here. Obviously some older volcanic activity around the region. There's a little swarm kicking up here in the last 24 hours around that same area that had a pretty decent swarm a number of years back. I think it was 2015 or so, maybe 2016, when the last big one was taking place. So this is just a little bit of earthquake activity. Nothing big in terms of swarming out there for now. One earthquake well north of Mount Shasta, little 1.8. Cascadia subduction zone sleeping for now. We'll check out Tremor a little bit later on this evening. For the Pacific Northwest, really nothing major going on here today. The Seattle Fault remains quiet after seeing a little enhancement of earthquake activity here in the last week with some 1s, 2s, even a 3.5 out there shaking things up towards the eastern edge here of the Seattle Fault Zone, which is capable of producing some large earthquakes. And it's been about 1,000 or 1,100 years since the last one struck out here, the big one. So a lot of worry, right? But can't worry too much. Just got to be prepared and watch for obvious signs of increasing activity out there, which it has been. Yellowstone National Park, nothing going on there across the map, but I do want to double check and see what we have for Yellowstone. Make sure the earthquake 3D bells are off, which they are. Well, yeah, not really seeing a whole lot of anything out here. Earthquake activity pretty much non-existent out here right now. Maybe over here around the promontory, a couple smaller quakes, but man, I'm having to look hard for some earthquake activity around Yellowstone. It's been awfully quiet there in terms of big scale earthquake swarming, which they have done in the past, but things pretty quiet up there for now. Some movement across the oil fields there of Texas. The New Madrid seismic zone, quiet for now. Not a whole lot going on there. Eastern portion of the country, quiet as well. So Alaska region, a couple earthquakes up here across the Aleutian Trench this morning, a 4.9 and a 3.8. That is a little bit further west here along the plate boundary of our recent activity here in the last week. And that normally makes sense due to the general plate movement up here, the Pacific plate. A lot of strain builds up here. There's more plate stress as you go along the western edge here of the Aleutian Trench into the Kuril-Kamchatka and the Japan area, and of course the Nankai Trough, which I'm watching right now for some movement. But it looks like things are moving south and west here along that Aleutian Trench here in a migrational pattern. So we'll continue to watch that. Might add some further. Well, I know it's adding further strain out here across this region, but it may stir up some larger activity within the Aleutian Islands region. Continue to keep an eye on that. The rest of Alaska area, fairly minimal. Just a couple ones and twos out there today. New Zealand, threes. A little bit of migration here overnight, following all the activity up north here along the Kermadec Trench. That's expected. Tends to make that little migrational pattern across New Zealand after an elevated uptick up here in the last couple days. Nothing big, just some threes stirring up out there, but it does have some potential for some larger activity. 4.6 coming in, looks like about 20 minutes ago. Pretty deep. 542 kilometers for that 4.6. That's going to be right here on the USGS map. That's 337 miles here for a pretty deep earthquake into the Tonga Trench. So things starting to move out here. And this area up around the Japan region here, very, I don't know, I'm very suspicious that we could see some larger activity out here soon, just due to all the movement around it, the amount of strain that's been produced here, and the lack of any big earthquake activity in some time. Over here across the Himalayas, eastern area, got a little movement there across India, around this plate tectonic bend area, some fours, and looks like even now, do they have a 5 out there? Looks like just some fours out there around this region. Nothing big going on there for now. Just a little bit of elevated activity here in general across the region. The Middle East area, seeing some threes and twos. Nothing big happening out there for now. No new further movement to note across the Ethiopia rift boundary for now. The Atlantic Ocean, pretty quiet. Not a whole lot stirring up. Same for South America. It's been awfully quiet down here. This is very typical on any given day, twos, threes, and deeper activity there into the Peru-Chile Trench, but nothing big going on there across the area for now. Keep an eye here on the West Coast as we are seeing, again, a little bit of elevated activity out here in the along the San Andreas Fault. Hawaii, let's go check out Kilauea Volcano here real quick, see what we have. As far as I know, the eruption is still on pause up at the Kilauea Volcano. Turn that off real quick. Let's check out the Summit Cam area. Yeah, still looks like it's taking a break from the eruption. Got a little bit of smoke here. Volcanic gases there seeping up through the old crater area where we last seen our eruption, but that's about it there for Kilauea Volcano. Now over at let's go back here to another Hawaii volcano. They put out this statement here yesterday. I forgot to cover it last night on this seamount volcano, underwater volcano here, formerly known as Loihi Seamount or Loihi Seamount. This I have to work on my pronunciation for that, so I'm going to pass on that, but you guys can see it. This volcano here had a little bit of increasing earthquake activity here, and they put out a little update here on this volcano recently, yesterday. And they state here that it entered a period of heightened seismic unrest around 2 a.m. Yesterday morning, or Monday morning, excuse me, January 21st. Is that right? Today's the 22nd, Wednesday. So I think that's wrong. That would be, yeah, that's right. Excuse me. No. What's going on here with this date? Monday would have been the 20th. So Seismic activity ceased by 8 a.m. and a continuation of earthquake swarming activity at this time seems unlikely, but looks like there was a small little uptick. 16 total earthquakes identified in the swarm, all with magnitude 0 and smaller. That's interesting. So these are very small earthquakes, but enough to make the USGS mention a little bit on this little offshore swarming around that seamount. So we'll continue to watch that. Obviously, that's going to be this area right here, still listed as the Loihi Seamount or Loihi Seamount, which obviously will be breaching the surface of the ocean, eventually down the road. A lot of time must pass before that happens. But anyway, so that's a little bit of newer information out there. As far as space weather activity, got a number of sea flares here overnight. Really nothing big going on. In fact, kind of down there in the lower sea flare category. Do have a number of sunspots out here that still harbor some potential for some M flare. I don't think we got any X flare activity potential out here. I don't see anything that would lead me to believe that. But this region right here may throw off some upper sea flare, maybe a low grade M flare. Not so much for the rest of the sunspots out here. It looks pretty quiet. I'm not seeing any developing or any newer sunspots that harbor any complex sunspot complexity. So 15% chance for X flare, M flare at 60, C flare around 99% chance. A slight chance here of aurora activity as we head towards the 24 time period. They're forecasting maybe up around the G2 class storm period, or G1, excuse me. So we'll see how that plays out as we get a little bit closer there to that time period. As far as any close approach asteroids out here, let's take a look real quick, see what we have on the asteroid list. If it's going to be working, I guess we'll see. It's taking a long time. Let's go back over here and try this again. For whatever reason, it's got a very slow connection speed there, so I'll have to check back on that a little bit later. As far as any severe weather goes, not a whole lot happening out there in the forecast for now. As you can see on the outlook, all that cold and snow venturing further offshore off the east coast. Behind that, some still a little bit of cold air dipping down here. Limited moisture, not a whole lot of snow coming in. Got a little low pressure system here across Southern California that may bring this area a little bit of rain and some snow. It's actually trending a little bit more wetter with the most recent model run here for Southern California, so they definitely need it. After that, I'm just not really seeing anything for California that would tell me that the storm door is going to be open. In fact, it looks pretty quiet out there across California, aside from a little bit of shower activity. And that's coming in, it looks like, towards the weekend. As far as any major fire starts out here, let's take a look here at Southern California, see what we have going on out here. Got the Palisades fire and Eaton fire pretty much contained. A new fire up here called the Hughes fire, it looks like. 500 acres burning quite nicely out there. A lot of black smoke out there in the hills of Southern California. That looks like it's a big fire. No containment. There is some evacuation orders out here in the red. Evacuation warnings here, level 2 in the kind of yellow color. I don't know if there's any houses out here or not. Down south there is, obviously, near Sulphur Springs. But, yeah, this kind of odd, right? Just starting out here on the road. All burning out there into the into this area that looks somewhat forested or vegetated somewhat. So that's kind of a newer one, newer fire. Hopefully they get a handle on that. I don't see anything else down here that's of any major concern. Little earthquake activity, no, a little fire activity down there around San Diego in the last couple days, but it looks like that's pretty much contained. So we'll just kind of see what happens out there. Hopefully they get a handle on that. Looks like 8 additional helicopters have been requested for some water droppage there on that fire that's burning, called the Hughes Fire in Southern California. All right, folks, I'm out of here.
All praise to the Most High. Thank you, Heavenly Spirit, Holy Mother, Mama Ruach, for doing your work. Thank you for bringing the justice and judgment. Michael is in the midst. To be able to see these things, I'm just so grateful that we're just being enhanced with just so much education and knowledge and wisdom at this current time in our life right now, where the vast amount of knowledge that we are receiving is just exponentially far superior, or it's just elevating us to so much of a greater place that we need to be, that we needed to excel. And it's like we're here, we're pushing each other, we're looking at everything from so much of a wide lens, getting the ultra perspective and high definition, and it's just it's just affirmations. It's just confirming a lot of things that give you clarity and closure, and can bring your mind and your spirit to peace. With many of the things that you see when you actually start preparing, yourself for these things, and you just duck and dodge them. It's like we in the Matrix. So we keep speaking, these things into prophecy, and they start coming to fruition. And it's an amazing time that we're living in, that we're able to see these things, to see where they are on ley lines, to see where they are on tectonic plates, to see where they are within the wind patterns, the water patterns, the heat patterns, all of these different patterns that are going on that we're noticing. Habits lead to behavior. Behavior leads to habits. So we're starting to see, all of the different behaviors and habits that majority of these places are, distributing. So it's an amazing time to be seeing what's going on. Even with the fires that are popping up, you're starting to see the wind. Just even before, even on this picture, you can see kind of the wind that he has right here on the shots. And that was something I noticed. I think that's why I brought this up, because on one of the other ones, these weather patterns. Now, this wind that's coming down, it's like it's trapping and moving up at the same time. His same arrow is pushing up to this fire, as well as there are winds coming down from this way, and there's winds coming from the right hand side. So it's directing itself. It's sentient. It's literally sentient. It's moving over what it wants to move over, with no prejudice, no remorse, no sense of, oh, give me 15 minutes to pack my house. No. It's like, no, the light bill is due. So yeah, it's a lot of people that's going to say a lot of things. It's a lot of people that's going to be not believing what they see. But when it starts becoming a reality and knocking on your front door and ending up on your shit list, then it's like, okay, your narrative starts to change. Even now that I just get back on, you got people who are lashing out like, oh, this is not real. This is not true. It is a reality in somebody's life and out there. Somebody lost their house in the Pacific Palisades. Somebody's house blew up and burnt up in the East Coast in this frigid weather. It's not just on the West Coast. It's literally around the whole world. I'm not done. We're going to get to it. Oh, you don't want to work. All right, hold on. second.
Big winter storm sometime in the next few weeks. So in today's forecast, we're going to break down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States for the rest of January. And we will begin with what's happening across the country this morning. And to begin with, we have a historic winter storm that is still happening across the Carolinas, Georgia, and as well as Florida. Heavy snow and also freezing rain and sleet does continue up and down the East Coast. But this winter storm has left a massive mark on the Southeast. And in fact, this was a very historic winter storm, which shattered a ton of records. We were talking about this a couple of days ago, how many records would probably be broken. Well, we had dozens of records broken. One of the biggest ones being that 8 inches of snow fell over in Milton, Florida. That is the most snow we've ever seen in a single day in any part of Florida in history. It shattered the previous record. And then also back over New Orleans, we had almost 10 inches of snow observed in a single day. The previous record for the highest amount of snow in a single day was 2.7 inches of snow back in 1963. That is the biggest record that we've seen broken from this winter storm. And there were many other records broken, but those are some of the most notable ones out of this storm. Behind this winter storm, we have a lot of cold air that is ushering in very strong winds as well up and down the East Coast, which will keep things very cold throughout the day today. And this is what it looks like on the radar this morning. Again, notice that we have some snow continuing across the Carolinas and back into Georgia. Some freezing rain and sleet continues around Jacksonville. We will probably see a little bit of snowfall in Jacksonville over the next couple of hours before eventually all of this is offshore. And notice how we are done with this by lunchtime. So if you are looking forward to more snowfall, well, this is it. We only got a couple more hours left and then we are done with this winter storm. And this is a map that shows all of the snowfall accumulation reports we've had across several different states. And notice all the orange dots. That's at least 8 inches of snow that has fallen. And we've seen that in a ton of areas, including areas like Lafayette, Louisiana, which we had many reports around and just above 10 inches of snowfall in Lafayette. And even back over near Pensacola, Florida, we've had several areas here, upwards of 9 inches of snow now back over near Milton, Florida, and that number is probably going to end up being officially a bit higher by the end of this event. So we're probably going to have some more updates to these numbers, and even back into southeastern parts of Alabama, many areas near 9 inches of snowfall. Across the board, this was a historic winter storm. As these numbers continue to come in, we will be posting them on our Facebook page and on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, so make sure to follow along there. We'll keep you posted with any more updates that happen in those areas, and as well as the East Coast as those accumulation numbers come in. And by the way, if you've seen any snowfall, feel free to leave how much snow you saw in the comments down below. I am curious to see how much snow you end up seeing out of this event. And you're probably wondering, when is all of this snow going to melt? Well, it will be melting a lot today as temperatures do climb above freezing across the southeast. Most areas will see some significant melting today, but as we go into tomorrow, that is when we're expecting the majority of the melting to happen. We will go from almost 10 inches of snow in Louisiana back down to basically nothing unless it's elevated surfaces or maybe some sort of surface that is in the shadow. Other than that, it is going to be almost all gone by tomorrow afternoon. Areas along the East Coast will have the snow stick around, I think, for an extra day. So by Friday, a lot of it should be melted along the Carolina coastline. And back into northern Florida, I think the majority of this will also be gone sometime tomorrow afternoon. Now, the weather is going to be changing a ton over the next couple of weeks, as we are going to have a very different weather pattern that we have not experienced in really a long time. The last time we saw something like this was back in December. So let's begin with what's happening out there right now on the jet stream. Right now, we do have a digging trough that continues to bring snow across the east coast of the United States. It's not very pronounced on the jet stream, but we do have compensating for that very strong winds aloft, which is actually what is elongating all of that rain and snow across the east coast of the United States. By the way, if this trough was further back to the west and all this moisture was going further to the north, we'd probably be talking about a more significant snow event even back into the northeast, but luckily that is not happening. As we eventually go into Thursday into Friday, notice how the jet stream winds do remain pretty strong. A little trough, a little shortwave trough will be moving across the Midwest. We may get a little bit of snow out of that in the Great Lakes region, but nothing too impressive. Eventually by the weekend, that is where things change a lot. We are talking about, again, a completely different weather pattern where our jet stream is going to be lifted very far off to the north. And this here is important because we are going to be seeing less extreme weather events as we get closer to the end of January, as all of this warm air is going to start to build here along the Gulf Coast and into the southeast, which which is again going to lead to a milder weather pattern for much of the country. But notice back over on the West Coast, we are going to continue to see some of these little troughs that develop back over on the West Coast. We've had a few of these recently, one of which actually brought a big winter storm to Texas and back through the Ohio Valley and even through much of the central and southern plains only about a week ago, where we saw a lot of snow in Arkansas and Texas. But here's the thing, this one is in a different position, and it's also going to be a very slow moving system. So what's going to happen as we go into early next week is I think we're going to see another shot of maybe some snow in the Midwest, perhaps maybe a small disturbance that moves across the southern plains. But for the time being, this does not look like anything extreme by the end of the month. Now, this could change. We definitely have some time between now and the middle of next week before this trough actually goes over the Rocky Mountains. But this is the type of system that would be accustomed to bringing a larger winter storm like we've seen recently. But for now, this does not appear as if it is going to be significant. But if we do end up seeing a big winter storm by the end of the month, it is probably going to be near the end of the month. I mean, we're talking January 29th to 31st if we have any sort of big time winter storm. So let's talk more about the future radar and break this down into more simplistic terms with if we will see snow, where we could see snow, and also if there will be any sort of big weather events. This is what we're looking at as we go into Thursday into Friday of this week. Notice how high pressure is going to be building, really not any sort of big activity through the rest of the work week. By the weekend, we'll have a shot of maybe some light to moderate snow moving across the Great Lakes and then also back over in the Rocky Mountains. This could keep things a little interesting, especially back over on the West Coast. Much needed moisture will be there back over along the West Coast as well in California, which should help to prevent any more wildfires from forming into the weekend, which is good news. That little trough that's going to develop will actually be a good thing. By the time we go into early next week, that is when we may have a small disturbance form back over in the deep south and back into the Ohio Valley. At this time, it is too early to tell whether this will be producing any sort of significant snow or even any severe weather, but it will be something to keep a close eye on in case it does bubble up into something like what we just saw, which I don't think we're going to see anything like we just saw for probably decades or even centuries to come. With that said, I mean, there's definitely a possibility of some snow further down to the south into the Ohio Valley. By the middle and end of next week, that is when things will get a little bit more interesting, I think. I think the weather pattern will get more active before January ends. Exactly where we see snow and exactly if we see any severe weather is all up in the air since it's about a week out from now. But we do have at least a chance here in the Midwest for maybe a little bit more snowfall, perhaps even the Northeast, and then some showers, thunderstorms, and maybe even another winter weather event forming down in the deep south and the southern plains. Again, this all is up in the air since it's pretty far out. The GFS model does show a bigger winter storm forming by the beginning of February, but keep in mind, this is over a week out. This is actually going to be over 10 days out, so take it with a grain of salt. Things will change between now and then. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, and we'll keep you posted with the latest on anything that develops like this between now and the end of winter. And I just want to throw this out there. There's obviously a lot of model discrepancy, especially 7 days out. This is the Canadian ensembles, which were very, very correct on this past winter storm. They were almost spot on with this winter storm in terms of its intensity. That's what it shows by the weekend into early next week. It does show maybe a little bit of snow or freezing rain back over in the southeast, but predominantly just some showers and thunderstorms along the Gulf Coast. And then beyond that, by the middle and end of next week, it does show a chance of snow back over in the Midwest and back into the Northeast with a basically Alberta clipper that would be coming out of Canada. And then eventually by next weekend, things obviously become a lot more uncertain, but it does show more snow back over in the Ohio Valley and Northeast. But again, it's too early to tell what's exactly going to happen. We'll keep you posted with the latest with any sort of big winter storms that are on the horizon, or even if there's some small snow events. It's very possible that we'll have more videos here over the next few days. Now, another big thing that'll be impacting the United States is the temperatures. We're going to continue to see more shots of cold air over the next few days. Another shot of cold air is actually coming in tomorrow across the Great Plains and back into the Midwest. This will cool many areas down, especially back over in the Central Plains. And then eventually, as we go into Friday into Saturday, that cold air moves towards the East Coast. And look at that. We got another little shot of cold air that'll be basically hugging the Rocky Mountains on Saturday and Sunday. This is by no means as intense as the cold air that we've been seeing over the last few days, but it is definitely something to still keep in mind. And then by the early to middle portion of next week, look at this. We have some oranges and reds popping up again. You know what that means? Above average temperatures are going to return back to the country, while below average temperatures will build back over in the Rocky Mountains and also back into the desert Southwest. And then eventually by the middle and end of next week, it looks like this weather pattern will stay pretty much the same. Again, the GFS model is hinting that we could have another sharp area of cold air that enters out of Canada and moves through the Midwest and the Northeast. And it is worth noting that this particular Arctic blast that could occur during the middle and end of next week is a lot smaller than the one we just dealt with. So overall, there's a lot more uncertainty here, whether how large or small it's going to be and if it'll end up bringing snow. GFS model currently is indicating that there will be both snow and as well as much colder weather. weather. So the temperatures out there this morning, notice many areas in the Northeast are sub-zero, and also even down in the deep South, many areas are down into the teens. But it's going to change again as we go into this weekend. We will start to warm back up gradually across many areas. But again, there will be some shots of cold air. They'll be very occasional, especially back over in the Midwest and the northern plains. But again, most areas will be warming up, especially back over along the Gulf Coast. And even by the end of next week, things look to be relatively nice for most of the country. We could even have some areas up into Nebraska into the mid to upper 50s by the end of next week. That would be crazy. And just to put this into perspective, areas like Omaha, Nebraska have barely seen any snow this winter, maybe 1 to 2 inches, if that. Areas like Louisiana and even Milton, Florida have seen over 8 times that amount of snow, which is just insane to think about. I mean, this winter has already been crazy. 2025 is going to be a crazy year. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel and buckle up. I think it'll be a very...
Yes, it is definitely going to be a wild year, sir. You said it correct, though. There's a lot of things that are going on. These weather events are being orchestrated definitely by the planetary bodies, definitely by Mama Rock, definitely by the changing of the tides and the seasons. I show all of this because this is not how the weather used to look before 2020. So you're getting these massive swings and inflections. Matter of fact, let me take him off real quick because I'm gonna come back. But you're getting these massive swings, massive inflections into every single state. Now, this is the quiet before the storm. This is the quiet before the storm. Because if you're seeing all the sun activity, seeing all of that activity on the front and it not being able, and it not like, what is it saying? Like not amplified or not showing up yet, it's a precursor, as I will say. It's a precursor for what is to come. And so when we're seeing that, when we're seeing these planetary parades and planets start moving away and start their whatever their gravitational pull or anything like that, everything is pulling or pushing. So seeing this, it's just like going on the roller coaster. Tick, 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 boom. Seeing, just even looking at the wind. The wind is like gang banging on certain spots and keeping that stuff right where it's at. You're looking at like he said, I'm looking at the inflection of how it is staying in certain locations and not budging. It's literally staying where it's at right now. To seeing Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, all of these different regions right there, the whole Midwest, that whole region is getting decimated because their industries rely on this. So it is very uncomfortable because everything is getting disrupted. There's so much dysfunction. There's no organization because you're getting thrown completely off course of what you were accustomed to. It snowed all the way down to the Gulf, y'all. It snowed all the way down to the Gulf. That is unprecedented. When I looked at the thing, I think the last one I was closest to us was like 2004. Everything else was like, I think I've got that chart, but to see that all of their events are getting disrupted. All of these events that were supposed to be happening right now, they're not happening. The inauguration was inside. CES didn't go as planned. Many of these events that people have traditionalized, not only in America, but around the world, they're not happening in the particular circumstance and how they would want it to go off without a hitch. Yes. In Virginia, I got some news on Virginia too. It's crazy. But to see the snow down in New Orleans is interesting because what's going to happen with the Super Bowl comes around? And if another, and that's what I'm paying attention to, because I'm like, they've always had these events in very uh, warm weather cities and states because of the accommodation for the people. Well, what if it's snowing and it's hella cold all the way down to New Orleans? That's literally that whole Arctic uh, blizzard covered majority of the country. Literally, I looked at it right now, all the way from in the diagonal from the corner of Washington State through Idaho, through Utah, through Colorado, through the top right corner of New Mexico, through Texas, all the way shaving all the way down to Houston and curl up through uh, New Orleans, all the way on the base of Mobile and the Panhandle, all the way up through Jacksonville and curved around the whole. It just literally hugged the whole country. Just like he said, it's literally hugging things. It's a snuggie. It's a holy snuggie. This cold is so frigid. It is negative 33 degrees in Canada. The disruption is real. And even it's funny because you got what is that? Alaska. Their snowing is not on par up there, and it's happening in other locations. It's like the weather is Bluetoothing to other locations where these places didn't. Every location is getting unexpected weather patterns that would have happened in another location, and it's like they reverse now. So now up in Alaska, it's earthquakes and no snow right now. It's strange. But that whole weather pattern is like dumping like a trash bag down to all of the rest of the lower 48. That's how they call us. People that live in Alaska, they call us the lower 48. So, but to see the amount of volcanic activity, earthquake activity, it's interesting. It's interesting. And to see the wind patterns going on with California, and to see that the fires are now kicking back up. We have stepped into the next phase of like an adrenaline shot of the amplification of the weather patterns this year. Like we're going to see the definitions of what it's going to look like moving forward. You got to look at all of the lands that's getting rinsed of all of these people. This is literally the itsy bitsy spider. It's exhausting all of their farmland out. You're not being able to. The crops are being strained. I got the stuff on that too. The crops are getting strained. You can't grow in none of these regions right now. They're being thrown. It's being mismanaged. It's being thrown off. You're deporting people back. Who's going to do all of this work? Majority of the people who own this farmland is up in age. They're not necessarily getting out there and doing all of that, so they're losing profit. Freezing temperatures. How are you going to protect the animals? So yeah, you have a major, and it's not just in America. All the way down to Brazil, every other location is having food issues because the weather pattern is literally jacking them up. It's throwing everything off right now. I'm interested to see how the Super Bowl may turn out to be. I'm interested to see how any of these outdoor events are going to be. Like I was saying, he just showed that it's literally hugging out of California. And during that whole part, it's literally that gush of air is about to be so crazy, y'all. It literally pressed on both sides. It literally pressed on both sides, and I'm interested to see that the fact that the weather it's not cold. So the fact that you get two pressures, like it's literally a sandwich, and that sandwich happening right where Southern California is. That's where all of this. That's why I be looking at stuff. It's like, thank you, Holy Spirit, because you literally be downloading stuff, and I mean, I'll wake up and it'd be prophetic, and it just be like, man, hold up, let me look this stuff up, and I find the videos, and then it's like the videos come just so effortless. the information as it flows. It's just not even me. Like all praise, literally, and we're being able to witness and duck and dodge and see what's to come. Anyways, so off on that note, we got stuff going on, and we got to keep on going, y'all. I had to say my little two pieces though, but it's getting literally the icy hot in this country. Every other country, I ain't even got to that one. Yeah, it's snowing down in Florida. That's that's unheard of, and that's how I know that being protected everywhere you go. You know, I could have easily been caught up in any of that crazy weather, and it's like the Most High literally parted the Red Sea for us to be able to enjoy our blessings and not be scared. You know, it's there. We see what is the calamities are going on outside, but we inside of our little cubicle bubble and we straight. You know what I'm saying? So it's like even within your little cubicle bubble of enjoyment, enjoy, man. Enjoy everything like to the fullest. Like, stop saying no. Stop doubting yourself. Stop putting yourself in that category of like incomplete. Clear your bucket list. Go do that. You know what I'm saying? Go do what you want to do. Go where you want to go. Go find that person that you want to find. You know, this is the time. You have the full access. You have the Lilu Dallas multipass. You got the Lilu Dallas multipass. I don't know why it's taking forever to move on this one. But yeah, let me just go through. Uh, we'll just go through here. We'll stay on the lane over here, and we'll hammer through all of these because it's a lot. It literally is a lot.
Could become life-threatening for people without a warm place to go.
And WKYT's Grayson Passmore is joining us live tonight with more on some of the dangers this type of cold weather
He looks like he eats all the raisin cookies.
could bring.
Who is she cold?
Yeah, guys, like Chris has been saying, this very well could be.
Well, look at her jacket. That's a dope jacket. It says Gobi Heat. I'm wondering if that jacket is like got her warm. Like that's a warm, and like I'm gonna have to look into that. Gobi Heat, because that look like that's the fire jacket right now. But it'd be funny if she start catching fire like instant. What is that? Spontaneous combustion. Oh, that's hilarious.
One of the coldest nights we've seen in 10 years for much of our region. Now, Fayette County Public Schools have joined the many other school districts in our coverage area, moving to non-traditional instruction days tomorrow, as many worry about this potentially dangerous temperatures we're seeing, especially for those who are unhoused. Some Lexingtonians voiced their concerns about the city's winter weather response.
To make sure that as streets are being cleared, whether it's downtown or on major arteries, that pedestrian areas, sidewalks, crossings are cleared so that people can move about.
And others prepare for just the latest bout of frigid temperatures.
The weather does what the weather does, and we are trying to respond to the needs of the people. But we've never seen such an increase in the number of those experiencing homelessness, and that's what we're dealing with.
And that's the thing. The amount of homelessness in these regions, and it's just like the actual weather is. It's pinpointing all of these. That's what she's saying. Like the weather does what the weather does, because you have not recognized that it's like overtaking you, it's removing you from these lands. It's knocking everything out of your pockets, and it's knocking you out of your houses. It's putting you in these RVs. The RVs catching fire. Then you ended up in the tent, and then the wolves is in your tent. And it's like, okay, the cold is in your tent. It's like there's nowhere to turn. Shout out to Sister Pandora. I'm sitting here with it's on the YouTube channel that you'll be able to hear what we're talking about. But yeah, Roger Rabbit. She don't know what she's talking about.
That's right now.
Jenny Ramsey says on top of housing people at the Catholic Action Center, they also have nearly 200 people in hotels during this cold.
All the shelters are full. The city's hotel program is full. This is a challenging time.
Ramsey says they're seeing an increase in need across demographics.
In past years, that people would stay in their camps go to sleep and not wake up.
Physicians have been urging Kentuckians to dress in layers, stay dry, and to really limit their time spent outdoors. Some of the biggest concerns in this weather are frostbite and hypothermia. Several school districts in our region used an NTI day Tuesday and are planning to use another Wednesday, citing the extremely cold temperatures and wind chill forecasted.
The one big challenge that we all share as a community is this freezing cold, and this is actually life-threatening.
Ramsey says they do have volunteers of their own that are heading out throughout this week, but they are stopping going out about 9 p.m. because she doesn't want people out in this cold. She does encourage anyone who may be driving around, if you see someone that looks like they're in need, she does encourage you to call law enforcement or a first responder to get them help. They are working with police to get people into shelters in these hotel rooms when they can. Live in Lexington, Grayson Passmore,
Oof. It's bad out there.
Pallet shelters reserved for homeless people in Providence, Echo Village, is opening by the end of February. That's according to the Rhode Island Housing Secretary, Deborah Goddard, who said in a hearing at the State House when asked when it's the latest it'll open. Echo Village is a series of 45 single-unit shelters near the Route 146 on-ramp and the Foxy Lady. The opening has been delayed by the state fire marshal, who says it is not yet up to code.
Yeah, it's not up to code, so that ain't gonna keep you warm either. That don't look like nothing. That don't look like nothing keeping you warm or cold, AC like that. It is not gonna work. It is not gonna work. It is not gonna work for these folks. That's what I'm showing it.
Temperatures, the extreme cold. LG&E is asking customers to conserve energy as much as possible, so there isn't a strain.
How you gonna conserve energy? And you need to. And it's funny because like, majority of these places on the other side, they all have fireplaces. Most of these places have fireplaces. A majority of the places in California definitely don't have no fireplaces. They definitely removing those, because why would you have a fireplace and then you be the culprit of starting a fire out here? You know, these Santa Ana winds are no joke. But to see in all of these locations, like, yeah, you didn't get no wood. You didn't stock up on no wood. Most of these houses do got chimneys.
On the energy grid. The energy company is suggesting to put your thermostat.
But these houses are poorly built too. The houses are poorly built. So yes, you have it's like the chill is seeping into the house and like Debo choke holding it out and snatching it out of the house. And so regardless of how much heat, like they don't have no more heat, no essence. Like it's not even, it's like the Ice King is here or something like that. It's an interesting concept to see this right now.
To the lowest comfortable setting, wear extra layers, add extra blankets to your bed, use draft stoppers for doors and windows, and turn off all unnecessary lights and appliances. And be sure to keep your blinds or curtains open during the day to let some of that sunshine in to heat your home.
And irregardless, ain't none of that doing anything. And regardless of all of that, what she said, it's still not happening. It's still not. These are bad omens that are happening in your life right now. And you're clueless, you don't know what to do. These are bad omens, just like the geese that are here. Like, you're calling it bird flu. That whenever I look at things like this is like, okay, we need to pay attention to this. It's like
affecting egg prices and birds across the country. Now, confirmed cases popping up across southern New England. Joe Cortez live right now with the details. 60 birds recently found dead over the weekend in Plymouth, Mass.
Well, Massachusetts officials responded to this scene on the Billington Sea in Plymouth. 60 deceased birds were discovered. Officials suspect the cause was avian flu. Now, it's not the only area that's been hit in Taunton. The Board of Health is investigating on Lake Sebatia. The police chief there says a person who lives nearby reported a number of dead Canada geese earlier this week. So far, they found 8 or 9 deceased birds, but no word yet on if they've tested positive. Meanwhile, 2 geese on the UMass Amherst campus tested positive. Officials are urging pet owners and the public to be aware and take precautions. The bird flu, also known as highly pathogenic avian influenza, or H5N1, it's been making headlines, infecting wild and domesticated birds across the country. A Mass Wild official says that
This is an omen. You talk about Plymouth Rock. That's what's going on right now. Mother Goose is not on Plymouth Rock no more. And it is definitely on.
The year is days away and cities across the country are lighting up. The Chinese Lunar Year is days away and cities across the country are lighting up to create a colorful landscape ahead of the traditional festival. Rich in cultural significance, this festival is intended to usher in prosperity and happiness.
Prosperity and happiness. We're going to see a lot of poor and unhappy. It's not going to be prosperous and happiness going around for a lot of folks right now.
For latest news.
Yeah, they're gearing up for it. They are gearing up for it, right? Correct. It's the year of the snake. It's about to be prosperity and jubilee and gladness and no sadness. Yeah. Yeah, while that's going on, while they're showing you the cuteness, they're showing everything that make it look like, oh, ain't nothing going on. No, it's a lot of things really going on, y'all.
Join me as I dive into the aftermath of the massive landslide in central Java and see if I can uncover the real story behind the devastation. The devastating landslide has struck central Java, leaving dozens of people missing and an entire community in ruins. The sheer scale of the disaster is only just becoming clear, with rescue teams working tirelessly to search for survivors and provide aid to those affected. Rescue teams are facing an uphill battle as they search for the missing individuals. With difficult terrain and treacherous weather conditions hampering their efforts. The landslide has left a trail of destruction in its wake, with entire villages buried beneath the rubble and debris. The rescue teams are having to navigate through dense jungle and steep cliffs to reach the affected areas. All while dealing with the constant threat of further landslides and inclement weather. The terrain is proving to be a significant challenge, with rescue teams having to use specialized equipment to navigate the treacherous terrain. rainforests of central Java are notorious for their steep cliffs and deep valleys, making it difficult for rescue teams to access the affected areas. The weather is also playing a major role, with heavy rainfall and strong winds hampering the rescue efforts. Despite the challenges, the rescue teams are working tirelessly to search for survivors and provide aid to those affected. They're using sniffer dogs, drones, and other specialized equipment to try and locate anyone who may still be trapped beneath the rubble. The teams are working around the clock, often in dangerous conditions, to try and bring hope to the families of those who are missing. Geological factors are thought to have played a significant role in the landslide. With the region's rugged terrain and heavy rainfall, creating...
What do you do with that? What do you do with that? They can't do nothing with any of this anywhere around the world. This is literally destroying everything. There is no getting around any of this. Having these events, trying to have fun. No. This is an historic year, and it's not stopping. As much as you have things going on there, you have them going on here, you got them going on everywhere. And to keep avoiding having these conversations, that's why we're not going to sit here and avoid it. Not going to sit here and avoid all of this stuff going on.
Join me as I brave the aftermath of a terrifying earthquake in Thailand and see how I navigate through the chaos. A massive earthquake recently struck Taiwan, leaving a trail of destruction and chaos in its wake. The intensity of this quake was immense, with devastating consequences for the entire region.
What are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that? Every single location, where you going to go? People are like, oh, I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there. Where you going to go? What, you going to go get some Zen out in the Himalayan mountains? The Himalayan mountains is rocking too. That's what you just saw happening right now. Where you going to go?
Snowstorm. The other is grappling with brush fires. 3 brush fires broke San Diego, forcing evacuations. Fueled by strong Santa Ana winds and dry conditions, a fast-moving brush fire broke out on a hillside shortly after noon in Mission Valley, prompting evacuations and road closures as well. Now, the fire started on the north side of Freyer Road. Police shut down a section of the road and evacuated nearby buildings and ground. Crews and helicopters battled the fire, which was spreading uphill towards a condominium complex. Video captured by an eyewitness showed thick smoke rising from a fire burning behind the building. The fire was seen getting bigger, followed by an explosion within the flames. In the early hours of Tuesday, another blaze known as the Lilac Fire ignited in northeastern San Diego County, damaging buildings and forcing evacuations. According to CAL FIRE, there were also no injuries reported in the blaze, which started spreading around 12:30 a.m. local time.
On fire. The winds are all pushing and keeping it all contained. These gonna be the most worked folks around the world. You know it's still on fire in Australia though too.
For all the latest news, download.
You know it's hot in Brazil still too. Ain't none of your bullets and all that stuff any match for the wrath right now.
Oh my god, dude, seriously, you're doing this, dude. Oh hell no, he's driving. No mames. Every night in my dream.
That's what it's like right now. Over there, over here, doesn't matter. We're barely into 3 weeks. Barely into 3 weeks. And we're being shown, and we're being guided, and we're being removed from locations. It is cold out there. It's so cold everywhere. To where these folks can handle it. I know I'm not trying to be there, but I know what's going on is that it's bursting every pipe everywhere right now.
Are freezing water pipes inside businesses and homes. The co-owner of Bourbon and Toulouse in Lexington says when a pipe burst, it turned into 3 waterfalls during the lunch hour rush.
And the manager of H2O Maestro Plumbing, Fayette Heating and Air, says that residential calls to fix frozen pipes are picking up. WKYT's Alyssa Williams and photojournalist Darnell Crenshaw have some tips from plumbing experts on how to quickly stop a pipe burst from happening.
This surveillance video shows a waterfall happening Monday afternoon inside Bourbon and Toulouse.
It literally rained on our cash registers, so as enjoyable as it was, we did have to close down.
It's disrupting and disturbing everybody's anything right now, y'all. You can't make no money. You gonna eat there with mildew falling from the roof? You don't know what's in their rooftop? Like what?
Yesterday for lunch.
Kevin Heathcote is the co-owner of the popular Lexington Cajun and Creole joint. Around here, it's let the good times roll. They found some humor in the problem.
But we did have some flowers that we had to water while we were here.
Heathcote says the problem goes back to the water line that runs from the ceiling down to the Coke machine. The water line froze and eventually the pipe burst.
It actually runs right above a canister light. So had somebody not been here, I mean, you're risking
everything.
Potential electrical fires.
Gary Gettings is a frequent customer here.
And that's what's happening to every establishment, every apartment, every building. All of this poorly built buildings. Y'all wanted cheap labor? This is what you got. This is what y'all gonna get. This is the snake eating your ass back on this. This is what's happening.
And a building contractor. He says, generally speaking, business owners need to know where the main water shutoff is located. Heathcote knew his shutoff was located in the kitchen.
A lot of people don't know. Some homeowners do not know. Some business owners aren't aware. It's always good to know exactly where it is.
And water pipe bursts are happening in homes too. Kevin Pearl with Fayette Heating and Air H2O Maestro Plumbing says the company is getting a lot of calls about the problem.
Probably the #1 tip for anybody that has a frozen pipe is know where your main water shutoff is. When the water thaws, if you had something that broke, you're gonna have to shut that water off immediately.
Ain't none of y'all solutions gonna work. It's happening on your watch and on your dime and on your time, and that it's just it's going to be one thing after another, and for you guys it's going to be so bad. It's just picking up. It's chipping at you right now.
I had no idea that, we'd have an issue in the ceiling, and it should be insulated, everything should be good, but, it's so cold that...
Yeah, I'm just going to keep on trying to believe in whatever, Daffy Duck. We're going to keep on thinking that we can keep, no. Food going to get contaminated, mold, all of that.
Can't do anything about that one.
In Lexington with photojournalist Darnell Crenshaw.
Yeah. It's not going to get easier. It's not going to get better. This is what the Gulf looked like. For it to get all the way down to the Gulf. Snow on the sand. Who would have ever thought? That's amazing. Who would have ever thought to be able to see these things? It's that cold, y'all. That cold.
Battled massive fire in western New York Tuesday night. Happened in one of the apartment buildings on Main Street in the city of Ovid.
And look how bad the fires are. The fires are just blazing, raging, and it's cold. The fires are so hot, and then it's so freezing cold that it's freezing water that is turning into ice. You can't even burn it. You can't even put the fires out because the hoses, all the pipes is freezing. All the extinguishers is freezing. Everything is freezing. And then it's getting the heat is more intense. You can't do nothing about none of these situations.
Buildings, including a diner.
It spreads quickly by nearby buildings, other businesses, people that don't look like us. This stuff is happening to them.
In the city tax collector's office, causing them to collapse. 4 buildings collapsed. No injuries to report. No word yet on how that fire started.
No idea, but it's happening. No idea, but it's happening.
Where 5 people have been hurt after these.
Yeah. Gotta make sure.
It's 6:46 on this Wednesday, and we want to get back to some breaking news that we first brought you this morning around 6:15. This is a house fire at a home in Middleburg Heights. This is a live look from Air Tracker 5. You can see all of the smoke. It looks like maybe firefighters walking around down there. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on.
Yeah, let's get to News 5's Mike Holden. He is on the ground live at the scene. And Mike, we just got some new video of firefighters working in these brutal conditions. We've been talking about it all morning. This is extremely dangerous for them.
Extremely dangerous for them. This is happening to every firefighter around the whole world right now. They are the most worked right now. And police. I ain't even gotten to the police yet. Yeah. Fire on ice and ice on fire. Literally ain't getting nothing done.
Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, we've been out of the...
You got every fighter in the whole place trying to put out this fire and can't even do it. Can't even do it. They're clueless. They're like, dang, I don't know what to do. That's what's happening to them. They're leaving their job that they have so much pride for. Defeated. Cops are defeated. Government officials are defeated. Firefighters, pilots are drunk, defeated. Nurses are exhausted and defeated. Workers in all of these different plants, food plants, defeated. Everybody's walking around complaining and defeated.
Car for roughly 30 seconds, but you have to feel for the fire crews, the paramedics who have been out here for the last hour. We're talking minus 10 degrees out here in Middleburg Heights, right along West 130th Street. A little after 6:45 this morning, here is a live look.
There's that number 10, and it's a minus.
You could see more than a dozen fire crews parked right here along West 130th, going back and forth to this house. Now, we want to stress at this point, West 130th is closed, a large portion. And for perspective purposes, as we stay with these live images, this is right near the old Sears as well as the Baker Square. But this fire is happening as we now jump to.
And see, he's talking about these being next to old buildings and stuff like that. And that stuff is jumping. Even while it's cold, you got the embers jumping. They hopping around right now, y'all.
Air Tracker 5 and give you this bird's eye view. This fire broke out at a home. This is a ranch style home with an attached garage. And when those initial calls came in, we were hearing that this was just a garage fire. However, it seems like snap of the fingers, a matter of seconds, this fire spread, ripping.
Thank you. Thank you. They can explain it, but they don't know how to, it's unexplainable. They're explaining it because they're giving their raw emotion about it. But yeah, it's unexplainable.
Through that house, and that smoke is just shooting into this frigid sky right now. Now, as we jump out of Air Tracker 5, because you can see that smoke billowing, and even Air Tracker 5 is having some issues with visibility right now as their frame is really freezing up this morning and their lens as well. From a ground level view, you can see those fire crews as well as those firefighters moving in and really just working on that. We've been hearing of some issues with hoses freezing up this morning. In fact,
Thank you.
Roughly 30 minutes ago, we were doing a report that indicated fire crews have been struggling with their hoses, having to keep them running so it wouldn't freeze up. However, it does appear at this point, this is the good news, and I just confirmed this through the News 5 assignment desk. It appears everyone got out of this house safely. No injuries reported. I saw for myself from a ground level view several people getting into an ambulance, and they looked okay. It seems perhaps this is a situation where they were just getting warmth and shelter. Guys, we do know this is currently under investigation. It's not entirely clear how this fire started along West 130th in Middleburg, but we will continue to follow each and every development. We're going to work to get new updates from fire crews. They did tell me they did not have any time to talk, clearly because they're trying to get this contained.
They ain't got no time to talk because y'all are busy. Y'all are busy. Y'all busy. Man. Oof. Y'all are busy. I'm doing lovely. Oh, what a wonderful time.
9 people have now been detained as part of the investigation
There's that number 9.
into a deadly ski resort fire in northern Turkey, including the owner of the hotel. ABC News reports at least 76 people are confirmed dead after the fire, which broke out around 3:30 in the morning, apparently in a restaurant. Survivors say they never heard any fire alarms and couldn't find the fire escapes. Some people even built makeshift ropes out of bed sheets to try to escape.
Oh, wow.
Officials say the hotel did pass fire inspections just last year. Turkey has now declared a national day of mourning.
Turkey is now declared a national day of mourning. So I did just have something pop up pertaining to this fire. I don't know where it went. Hold on one second, y'all, because I did just see that. Oh, where'd it go? Come on. I know I'm not tripping. It said, I'm trying to find how many, it said how many people, I think it said like 66 or something like that. It showed up in my feed. I get so many notifications, y'all. I can't even keep up with it. It's super busy. Like that, while I'm doing this, I have hundreds of notifications to awesome videos that I could be showing y'all. But it's like I'm already hoarding. I'm already hoarding right now. So I'm trying to give y'all, in due time, once everything start clicking, I'll be able to have an afternoon show, and then I'll have the night show. So the afternoon one will be, the afternoon news, and the one at nighttime will be the American crime. So you guys will be able to get 2 shows out of me during the fast. So Lord willing, that I'll be able to give you guys 2 shows, one in daytime, one at nighttime, probably. Depending on the rotation, with class. Possibly, it's looking at 7, 8. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I do. Yeah, it's patience. You're right. Just like you said, I'm not in no rush. We definitely eating. We definitely eating and gnawing on plenty. We got plenty to be gnawing on. But yeah, it's amazing though.
We are following breaking news in Grand Rapids where a house caught fire this morning.
We know a few people were hurt in that fire that broke out a few hours ago. News 8's David Horak just got to the house. David, what do we know so far?
Why he look like dang, who's that dude? Wreck-It Ralph?
Teresa and George, this is the home here on the corner of Griggs and College Avenue, just across the street from Dickinson Elementary School. And that's the only house involved in this fire. And as you can see in the second story window there, firefighters are still checking to see if there are any hot spots left. There were, according to them here on scene, they said there were 6 people inside this house when it caught fire earlier this morning. All 6 people were taken to the hospital. We do not know how serious their injuries are at this point. We don't know what caused the fire. We don't know where in the house that this fire started, but we're still working to get that information. For right now, there are a couple of Grand Rapids firefighter vehicles here on scene, but they haven't closed this intersection at all. But because this isn't a neighborhood and this is one of those side streets, those back roads, the water that they use from the hydrant to take out this fire, that is going to freeze over and has frozen over, that is. So be careful if you're heading through this way to truly take it slow and take that into account on top of the snow and ice and extremely bitter cold conditions that are already making it for a rough commute and drive for any of you this morning. So again, 6 people were hurt from this fire. Don't know how serious those injuries are. They're in the hospital, working to find out what caused this fire, where it started. But for now, that's all we know, and we'll continue to find out more information on this, and we'll keep you posted here and at woodtv.com.
It's like they're getting a 6-piece combo meals. It's like you're getting your house burnt up. You're ending up in the hospital. They mess you up in the hospital, and then you come back, and then you don't have no house. And then the water that they use to put out the house, it's frozen, it's icy in front of the house. Now you got a crash in front of your house. Now you need water to put that fire out on that car and the other cars, but the water is frozen, so the car catches fire and blows up, puts another house on fire. So it's a crazy cycle that is spinning around right now, y'all. That's why I can sit here and keep doing this, because it's entertaining, because it's like a game of musical chairs. It's like literally pick which one you want to run into, because none of them can do their job right now. And when they be able to, and even when they're doing their job, they're exhausted. Look at all of these firefighters. They're exhausted, having to keep running in and out of houses, Cops having to slip and slide, trying to go on a high-speed chase to stop somebody. Look at this. This is in New Orleans. How are you going to be able to stop crime? How are you going to be able to do anything in this weather? And this is everywhere, all the way down to the Gulf. You got the Super Bowl coming out there, and this is happening. What happens when all of that snow melts? Mudslides, ooey gooey. You're going to have wrecked infrastructure, stuff that's already wrecked.
Situations like this. This is video from Christopher Stewart, who captured the moments at NOPD cruisers were rescued by neighbors there in New Orleans. If you're not used to driving on this snow, it is best to stay home. Not only can it be...
None of these places are used to driving on snow. How are you used to driving on snow when snow has not happened since 2004? Don't make it make sense, lady. The cops ain't even used to it. How you gonna say he can't stop? He's not stopping nobody in the name of crime. He's not stopped. The guy already got away. He was better off running on foot, slipping and sliding in the car. This is a different type of weather, y'all. Look at that. That's not just snow. That's snow that ain't even about to break. That's snow that is like solid rock. It's like they're going through a mountainous terrain of icy rock snow. Shredding tires. These can pop your tires too. You got the heat that's expanding them, making them all soft and rubbery, and then you got the heat that's cooling it up, and just it's gonna bust the tires. Same thing happened when you put it like a water bottle in the freezer. It expands.
Very difficult to navigate, but the ice is now causing another layer.
This fool's sitting here using his shoes like that's gonna work. What you doing?
Of concern. Also want to add, I saw a lot of people walking in the streets as cars were driving. Yeah, if they fishtail, you're getting taken out.
I mean, you so occupied with having to do this that you can't even. You're overly occupied with irrelevant things that you shouldn't be, and you are. That's what's happening to you right now. Because of this, you're being inconvenienced and distracted on all facets right now. You can't even get through your day without realizing, like, damn, I got exhausted having to fight 10 fires, pull somebody out of snow, help a cat. Somebody was freezing. A grandma slipped and fell. It's like a whole list.
So just be careful if you're walking around in this as well.
It's not even nowhere to be. It's nowhere to be careful. It's nowhere to be careful.
High school in Swansea won't have school again today. The school was closed after the superintendent says the power went out over the weekend. When power was restored, the HVAC system did not restart, causing some pipes to burst in the building. Officials working to hopefully reopen that school by tomorrow.
You getting double your trouble. Am I tripping? Is that you're getting double for your troubles?
We have breaking news. Firefighters are battling a fire in Middleburg Heights. This is a live look at the scene on West 130th Street. Now firefighters aren't just fighting.
Why do you need 400 firefighters to just, like, that's what's bad about this.
The flames, but they also have to fight the cold temperatures as well. Of course, we'll keep you updated on this story throughout the morning.
That it ain't catching nothing but just wasting resources, exhausting themselves, everything getting completely burnt out. This is literally judgment. Everybody, oh, you want it to work? Oh, this is America. You gonna work? You gonna work through America? You gonna work through America? And that's what it really is. They're just running right into. They're going to run right into a brick wall like this one. This was funny to me.
A video that's going viral after the Buckeyes championship win. They hopped in a golf cart and the driver ended up crashing into a wall pretty hard. She was taking a number of Buckeyes to the post-game press conference.
She broke it.
The cart broke down after the crash, so they had to walk to the media room instead.
I've seen this video about 1 million times now. I don't understand how she doesn't know Walt's there.
I don't understand.
She's just Geronimo. She said America. Oh my goodness.
And how she crashes, I think she was probably very nervous. The thing that I couldn't tell when I first saw it, Ryan Day looks like should have had his legs inside the vehicle while it was moving.
He's worried.
But I'm like, does his leg get like
Her bad eye did not see that coming. Her cock eye did not see that coming. There's just too many sexist jokes out of that. I ain't even gonna go there. Just know that they're hilarious. But yeah, that's hilarious.
Like,
I think he just comes off
he
at
good?
the end.
Okay,
Yeah, he's fine.
All right, I'm like, well, that's
Does she
not
really
good.
think she can make that turn though?
I mean, we don't necessarily need him running.
He had to call her driver's license into question right about now. But yeah, we're gonna stay tuned. It's funny.
Firefighters battled these flames and the extreme cold last night. Look at this fire that broke out in an apartment building at Cullerton and Paulina.
It's just crazy.
The 6 people.
Look at that! Look at that, y'all! I'm trying to show you something. I'm telling you, they can't stop they can't stop the Most High's wrath right now. They can't. This is the shingles of ice right there. The chandelier of ice right there. You can't stop the Most High's wrath. This is literally, it's not stopping it. It's hitting the fire and it's turning into sludge. It's just not even doing what it needs to be doing.
I'd made it out safely. They're going to have to find other housing now, though. No word on what caused that fire.
No word. The fires are just starting in the heat of the night, in the middle of the night, thief in the night. Just, yeah.
All right, and with those frigid temperatures, it's making for a dangerous situation, posing serious threats to first responders as well.
Why he look like the lemon head, the face for the lemon head.
Holden continues our live team coverage this morning with a look at the challenges these fire crews and paramedics are facing, and most importantly, how they're overcoming them. I know you're overcoming this, Mike, by staying in the car, not outside.
Got about 5 layers on right now, Tiffany. I'm admittedly sweating, but it's nice to be in here. I'm very appreciative. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but we can say it's technically progress. We jumped from -4 degrees to a whopping -2, or I guess vice versa. We're warming up in one way or the other, right? Okay, but here's the situation. Firefighters are dealing with a lot of stressful situations. We're talking about slick sidewalks, slick streets, as well as hydrants that are completely buried by the snow. And as we're stopped at a red light right now, they're trying to work through these conditions, obviously operating those huge apparatuses, but they say we need to do our part as well. And as we travel right here along Pearl Road, as we try to get this light to turn, crews say they need your patience because they are being inundated with phone calls from people saying, listen, we need some help or we have a medical emergency. But as we roll you into this video, while things are slowing down for many of us in these brutal conditions, first responders are always on the go, rushing toward fires and emergency situations just like this. Earlier this week in Brook Park, crews battled flames and sub-freezing temperatures. A frozen fire hydrant briefly complicated matters, but crews managed to contain that fire, thankfully, within 5 minutes. Also earlier this week in Cleveland, crews were battling a fire at a house on Monday morning on East 59th when the
Man, look at the fires. It's just like, it's not showing no mercy on these stuff, yo. Like, no mercy. It's literally like they can't even put it's like the elements are literally working together. The elements are literally working together. The trees may provide a little bit of tinder as the earth element. The water freezing up, stopping it, letting it escalate. The fire sparking it, and the wind is fanning it. And they're standing in complete loss, disbelief, and amazement at the same time, and clueless of everything they thought that they can use to be able to, all the tools that they thought that they manufactured to be able to help put the stuff out, is everything is blowing up back in everybody's face. This is the year of egg in the face. It's literally the year of the egg in the face.
Connected from that hydrant, sending water shooting out everywhere and turning the street into a sheet of ice. So crews.
Thank you. You're not. What you gonna do? What you gonna do with all that hump? What you gonna do with all that hump? I'm gonna get you. You can't do nothing with it. What you gonna do with all of this? It literally is freezing the moment that it come out. You've never seen nothing like this. The water is saying, nope, we're not putting them fires out. It's -5 degrees out there right now.
Ultimately then had to go down the street to get to another work.
I had to go down the street. You're being inconvenienced. You can't even do your job. You're just like, fuck it, I quit.
Hydrant. Parma fire crews told News 5 they're making sure crews have cold weather bags. These include changes of socks, gloves, and underlayers. Their primary goal is staying dry and warm and limiting exposure during these calls. In addition, Parma Fire says they make sure to have an additional engine on hand so they can rotate crews out for breaks and get into a heated truck or ambulance as needed. They're also working to be extra cautious, attempting to avoid slips, trips, and falls with that ice everywhere. Crews intentionally keep water constantly running through their pumps and hoses to prevent the devices from freezing, but they stress we have to do our part as well with this.
If you can, try and shovel your driveway, shovel your sidewalk, make sure we can see your address really clearly, especially when snow is blowing. Try and clear that off so we can see it.
And Parma Fire says a lot of injuries actually happened during those.
He's talking to lazy people. He's talking to lazy people that are not going to get up and do anything. They're going to sit there. They're depressed. You know how many depressed people are right now? It's a lot of depressed people right now. Just from off of the little, it's not like you're really dealing with an actual significant life emergency, like battling something. You know? There's somebody depressed because they don't want to take the trash outside and it's because it's cold. That's how stifling the world has gotten so much right now, to where they're just deer in the headlights, frozen right now. Literally, figuratively, metaphorically, spiritually, emotionally, mentally. It just, yes, it's that kind of party right now.
Take a look at this video as the snow started to fall on Tuesday. I guess it caught a lot of people off guard as they were making the evening commute. Multiple agencies, the phone started ringing off the hook with people calling in, reporting they were in several car wrecks.
Yeah, it was such a mess, especially for people trying to get home after a day at work. A lot of you have been posting on social media about the conditions that you've seen in the last 12 hours or so, sending us those pictures and videos. You know, that's a shot at the airport right there.
Yeah.
That was a tough parking lot even to get out of.
Yeah, and really these side roads and people, you know, out there, and you see like, well, it's not a lot of snow. This shouldn't be that bad, but we knew what was under it because those freezing temperatures just turned it into ice.
Thank you. Just like that.
About this community, the hills, we saw a lot of people getting stuck. You don't have the traction, your vehicle is not equipped. A lot of people taking video from their high rise,
threw everybody off,
showing what they were seeing below. And so the weather is not only holding up the drivers, but it's also impacting the communities where they're having emergencies. Emergency responders can't get to people.
Yeah, think about those fire engines and the ambulances this morning. A house fire started in Lithonia overnight, and because the roads were so slick, firefighters were delayed in their ability to get there and help everybody. Karis Belger is joining us now with more on what happened. Karis, even tough for the ambulance to get to help people there.
Extremely tough, and in fact, where myself and my photographer, when we were able to get to that house fire, we had to pull over to the side of the road because at one point there were all 4 firefighters outside of the truck walking beside it, directing that truck to make sure it didn't lose control. There were even chains on the tires. Right now, my photographer and I have pulled off to the
Yeah, like how many people gonna go out of their way to go get some chains for their tires? You know what I'm saying? You're talking about thousands of people. How many places gonna have thousands of chains like that? No. People got caught off guard right now. Just like how everything is speeding up. Mercury is spinneroonian. Mercury is when the sun is going down, just like Sister Renata showed, the Mercury was getting out of Dodge. Mercury was getting out of Dodge as soon as it hit sundown. It's like, oh, I'm out of here. Oh, y'all getting judged and everything. Because Saturn was right next to Venus. Then you got Neptune. Neptune, I believe, is like, it's blue. It's like all cold or something like that. So it's interesting to be seeing Neptune and Uranus. And then you got the big body energy with Jupiter. And then you got the sword of Madin. Mars is just following up right behind, just cleaning up the plate. And the moon was trying to shine a little bit of light on you, but none of y'all was listening. Now you're getting half a moon now. And the moon is fading. So now you're about to get judgment in the heat of the night. Because Saturn is right there, tiptoe dancing, cha-cha dancing, Chicago slide, crumping, everything. It's dancing with Venus. And Mercury just getting out of Dodge, like, oh, I'm out of here. Oh, you ain't catching me. And then coming back around, I'm like, oh, see, I tried to tell y'all.
side of the road to show you how icy the conditions are. We're on Redan and Panola in DeKalb County. I'm going to step out just so he can zoom in and show you what we're looking at. Nothing but ice on this street. We were driving on it. We had to go.
That's why I'm not out working right now. This right here, I would have been out driving at nighttime going to work, y'all. I would have been going out and working. I would have slipped. If I would have messed up the work van, they that petty and that they like that. That they will put it on me, and I know that, oh, I'm not gonna be responsible for that. But they have watched them do that to every brother that works there. And it's like, man, y'all will find a reason to try to get a brother locked up or get him kicked off or fired. And it's like, I watch these reasons sending us in the most dangerous locations. That is complete ice. No matter how smooth you driving on that, that's ice. If you can look at that, that is ice. If she walked on there, she's slipping on this part. Maybe not this two little pieces right here. This is a little bit dry. It's cold, but it ain't iced over. When you got tires, and even if you got the best of tires, if you're going past 40 miles on a regular street like this is not the freeway. The freeway is constantly getting beat up. So you got trucks that are running us over. It'll keep it all right. As long as you ain't driving in the other lane that got a bunch of ice and snow accumulated. If you're driving in one lane, you got to drive safe. You got to know how to drive in the snow. But driving on this and then trying to make that turn, and you in Atlanta and you bumping any type of Atlanta trap music, and you hitting that curve and you swerving around that bourbon, yeah, you about to slide right up into that ditch. This is no fun. This is no fun. Venus and Saturn getting it on, yes. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Let's go, baby. Let's get it on. Sugar. Let's get it on. Ooh. We're all sensitive people with so much to give. I understand you, sugar. Oh, that's my guy. There's nothing wrong with me loving you, baby. No. Yeah. All right, we're going to karaoke. But yeah, this weather is no joke. It literally will jack you up. So yeah, that's why it's like you gotta stay put. If you don't need to go out, you don't go out. I don't care what if it ain't sunny and bright outside right now, brothers and sisters. Don't be going outside and none of this. Whatever you try to get is not that serious. You better off walking. You at least got more traction in your shoes. You ain't gonna wreck your vehicle. You know what I'm saying? Like even if you may slip, and don't nobody want to slip and fall. But if you at least got some shoes, you ain't walking around in no. You're not walking around in no Crocs, and even Crocs is, I don't know. It's figure it out. Figure it out. Don't make it hard on yourself. Use some sense.
Extremely slow. At one point, a car right in the intersection down there in front of us was spinning in circles repeatedly. So we had to kind of stop, and we had to wait for him to move because we also didn't want to have any sort of accident happen. And even worse, there are cars abandoned on the side of the road.
Yes.
In some of the shopping centers nearby, on the parking lots near those shopping centers, cars are just left here. And even on the drive here at the top of some of the subdivisions to some of these homes, just piles of cars because the conditions were so icy that the drivers figured it was better to just walk, just to give you an idea of some of what we are seeing out here. And it's not something that you want to be on. If anyone is planning on driving, I do not recommend it because just being out here, getting here to where I'm standing so we could tell you what we're seeing was extremely dangerous. We had to take a lot of caution here. So just to let you know, these icy roads are everywhere. Some spots are clear, some spots are not, but it's certainly not something worth taking a chance on. We're going to continue to keep you updated on what we are seeing out here, and I'm going to send it back to you all.
Exactly. And people hard-headed, they still gonna want to go out and turn out. People are still that damn hard-headed, and that's why it takes significant incidences like this to be able to try to slow you down. Sometimes the Most High is literally trying to slow you down with certain things. Like I was slow. I seen this. Most High was like, you're gonna be blessed, my son. You don't need to be out here, you know what I'm saying, juggling and jumping through hoops for these white folks right now. Because they don't give a damn if you go out here and you damn near die. And there's been plenty of times where they're spinning out Mario Kart style. The Most High is playing Holy Mario Kart, going through these spinneroonies. But it was just that. It was just that bad. And I seen this coming. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna sit here and be in this. I seen this coming. I seen this coming. That's why I'm reporting it, because I'm like, ooh, I seen it.
Family is starting over again, just months after a fire damaged their home in August.
Starting over again, literally. It's literally on loop. It's on repeat. You just went through a devastating situation and you got hit back. Everybody's getting double for your trouble. That's why I'm showing this. This is double for your trouble.
Flames returned. Our Kenosha County reporter Glenda Valdez spoke with Lindsay Vasquez, the daughter of the family, about how they're trying to rebuild after losing everything not once, but twice.
2 fires.
It was just like an inferno all along the side.
4 months apart. Now this family is left with nothing but memories and a will to move forward. The latest fire left the walls charred, belongings destroyed, and a family displaced.
And that was in August. 2 fires in 1 year. Like, you never think that's gonna happen ever. You think like, what, like I can't like die like this. So you run out.
For a second time in less than a year, the family has to start over. The first fire in August was sparked by a faulty dishwasher.
Wow.
This time it was the fireplace. A nail overheated, sending embers into the floor.
I run in and try to save all of my cats, but it was just like I couldn't breathe.
In the rubble, they found their pets alive. A small comfort in an unimaginable situation. For now, they are staying with relatives while they figure out their next steps, as their home is unlivable.
My dad's boarding it up, but...
And everything they owned is gone, but they're determined to rebuild.
You never think that this is going to happen to you, and I guess it just makes me like appreciate people more.
That's why Lindsay created a GoFundMe, as the family turns to the community for help.
People I went to school with, people that my mom knows, people that my dad knows. It's just like nice to know that people care enough to like help.
The family.
And how long is that gonna last? When it just happened, when is it happening to them too? That's what I'm trying to showcase, is that it's going to not just be everybody's gonna be like, oh, I went through it too. Sucks to be you. You gonna have to deal with it. You know, it's gonna be that type of party amongst the own.
Well, it reached below freezing temperatures in the capital city, making it dangerous for people to be outside longer than 10 minutes.
However, some do not have an option when it comes to their job. News Channel 20's Carolina Hassett spoke to some volunteer fire departments about the challenges they face.
Yeah, Don, Stacey, Monday we brought you coverage of larger fire departments talking about their challenges in the winter and needing to bring in some extra manpower. But what about those volunteer-based fire departments that don't have as many resources on their own? I went and visited one today to see what all needs to be done in order to get by.
As a chief, do you have concerns about your firefighters being outside for long periods of time in this cold?
Yes, always.
The below freezing temperatures bring many challenges for firefighters, especially for volunteer-based departments.
It creates added stress to the administration staff.
I went and visited the Sherman Fire Protection District, where Chief Todd Masterhand told me one of the biggest challenges is not having enough people on scene.
We try to rotate people off of the whatever they're doing and into a truck for a few minutes to warm up. It doesn't always work out like that.
Masterhand says just the other day, firefighters had to stay outside for 6 hours in the cold and added that small departments rely on more assistance.
Springfield's fortunate. They have 13 stations now. So that means that they have 13, at least 13 rigs that can respond to them.
That's 13. You just spewing them out.
For us,
you see that 10 too. I see it.
We get assistance from
John 15:13. What is that? Greater love has no one than this. That someone laid down his life for his friends. Oh my goodness, God is good. No, great Lord. You don't miss these things. You don't miss these things. They pop up.
Williamsville, Riverton, Athens.
And the South Jacksonville Fire Department is in a similar situation.
Would you say that those mutual aid partnerships are key for times like this?
Absolutely, yeah. They definitely a must.
Due to smaller staff, both departments told me firefighters need to be ready to brave the cold at any time.
Yeah, she looked just like Wednesday. I'm glad you brought that up because I was about to. And she looked like Wednesday, and the other dude looked like from what is that? Lord of the Rings. Yeah, Lord of the Rings. That popped right up in my head. I'm like, huh? He looked just like the. Yeah.
A must.
Due to smaller staff, both departments told me firefighters need to be ready to brave the cold at any time, adding additional hand warmers, rotating gloves, and keeping heaters on in the trucks at all times.
We try to do the rehab to where we can get in the truck and warm up
all your
for a
resources.
brief period of time. Hopefully, everybody knows their limits too. When it's time to take a break, it's time to take a break.
Oh, y'all love taking breaks. Oh, y'all love taking breaks. Y'all take breaks during the whole damn shift. Yeah. Your whole work shift is a damn break. How many more damn breaks you want? It's too many. It's too many. It ain't enough Kit Kats for how many breaks you want. It ain't enough Kit Kats for how many breaks you want.
And the Rochester Fire Department told me they're still struggling with volunteers and rely on their mutual aid partners as well, especially during these winter months.
She looked like her whole room is like emo decked out, and she got like a closet of ravens.
Carolina Hassett, back to you, Don.
Yeah, these conditions are super bad. They're super bad. They're super bad here, but how are they not bad
For
here?
those in the snow removal business in Anchorage.
Quinn White joins us with how snow plow drivers are doing this season.
Snow business is big business in Alaska, but what do those in the snow removal industry do when there isn't any?
That part. That's what I'm trying to showcase. That like, oh, it's very peculiar that it's happening over here, but it's not over there. And you got all these machines that are there that are not being operated. And then they don't have any machines down there because they don't ever think that these things would ever happen. They caught everybody off guard. They don't have these machines down there. So now that calls into question every single state. All of these legislative people and all these bodies who have stolen all this money to not be as prepared for all of these different type of circumstances. These people don't know what the hell they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just you're starting to see just the lack of experience and education and the lack of just ingenuity and it's everything. Wow, it just really opens your eyes, y'all.
In December, the Anchorage area saw 1.9 inches of snowfall.
Mm.
That's more than 16 inches below average. A big difference from last year's snowfall when
1.9, 10.
the city reached near record amounts. Without any snow, independent drivers and snow removal companies are seeing a steep decline in business. And for many, it's been a financial blow.
When it says it's going to snow.
Thank you. It's been a financial blow in every capacity. When all of these people around the whole country, every single one of their jobs are completely affected. When it starts affecting dollars, like look, if it only takes a couple weeks to damage somebody like that out in Alaska, you know what I'm saying? Who's to say the same thing in Atlanta right now where somebody's getting damaged because it's icy roads and they can't get to work because their car just got totaled. And then they still got to pay on that car. Oh, you still got to pay that mortgage on that house. It's crazy, y'all. I'm telling you.
No, it never does, or it does a little bit. It's been raining, and I hope it does snow a bunch so we can finish out the season in at least.
They all just wishing upon a star. I'm wishing on a star. I'm trying to find out where you are. But it's not happening. I thought this was the year of the snake. I thought it was making America great again. I thought you was going to be in big business. it's making everybody having to reevaluate the nature of their association for whatever is going on right now.
Break even.
After last winter, the municipality of Anchorage announced it would be investing more into its winter maintenance services.
Thank you. Why wouldn't you not have and that goes for every state, to not have any weather maintenance crews? Now, you don't want to hire Black folks, so you already running into that issue already. So who you gonna hire when you're kicking all the immigrants out? Who you gonna hire? Most of you white folks ain't trying to go out there and work. Y'all trying to play Call of Duty. And even if you're trying to go out there and work, you're trying to take 20 breaks. Black folks and Mexicans is looking at white folks like, why y'all got taking so many breaks? Oh, I got to go outside and smoke my cigarette. I got to take 20 cigarette breaks. You know, it's 20 cigarettes in this pack. And I need a break for each one of these because I can't deal with you being Black and being Mexican. So I just need to go ahead and just take my breaks and remove myself so I can deal with looking at your Blackness and your Mexican self, through my work shift. Yes, that's what happens. Constantly.
However, it's unclear if they've yet been put to use. Quinn White, Alaska's news source.
And Alaska sit there and snub their nose up at the lower 48. They call us the lower 48. You think they coming down to even help out? He could have got some work going down and driving his truck down, and then if he would have been paying attention to the weather like we pay attention to the weather, he'd have been already on point. Same, no different from anybody who's an Uber driver out here. If I was an Uber driver out here, I would have drove down to LA and I'd have been picking up all them people from the Pacific Palisades. You got to make it make sense, baby. You ain't got enough hustle in your bones. And you want to sit here and complain and hey, this is the worst. Oh, it's getting bad out here. It's getting bad out here. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to you folks right now. You guys are dancing, and the struggle is real.
25, with everything more expensive right now, it's not a surprise that more Ohioans are having trouble paying their credit card bills on time. According to Wallet Hub, Ohio is among the top 10 states in the U.S. with the highest credit card delinquency rates. The report shows Ohio residents were behind on payments on 39% more credit cards in the third quarter of 2024 than they were in the third quarter of 2023. I spoke with Chip Lupo at Wallet Hub about some of the reasons for the increase here in Ohio.
The economy, it ranks 42nd out of 50 states, low rankings in economic activity, economic health, and 31st for job market strength. So that suggests that there's middling at best employment opportunities.
If you're behind on credit card payments, Chip suggests making at least the minimum monthly payments to keep your accounts current.
The timeliness of the payments, those are key, because when a credit card account is delinquent, that means that you have gone at least one billing period, one 30-day span without making a payment. And that could negatively affect your credit score for up to 7 years.
If you have missed payments.
Remember they used to have all good credit? Remember that? They used to have some great credit. They walk up in the bank all smiling, and you knowing that you about to get $100,000 credit line to go ahead and buy this property or start this business or do this or do that. And now it's not looking that way right now. What's going on? What's going on? What's happening?
For a significant period of time, consider looking at hardship programs, strategic budgeting, or consolidating your debt. And of course, this all comes after the holiday season, which we know a lot of people paid for with credits.
Yeah, I mean,
If I was us, I'd just be sitting there like, yeah, it sucks to be y'all. That's what she looking. Like, yeah, it just sucks to be you right about now. It's just, yeah, I got about 800. What you sitting on, Bob, over there? Oh, gosh. Why did you have to bring it up? I'm sitting on 438. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're one of the ones that are affected for the next 7 years. We missed that one payment on that Call of Duty, and it just didn't work out this year. It's the year of the snake, so I'm hoping that I get bit with the snake charm, and instead of no venom. I don't want to get bit with any more venom. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore, Bill. Bob, I can't take it anymore either. Well, I'm just in the middle between you two. It sucks to be you two. It is happening right now. It is happening right now. It is not slowing down. It is ramping up.
And authorities are connecting two separate credit card skimming investigations to the same man. In the fall of last year, Newton police arrested Missouri resident Johannes Bacardi Bag alongside two others. Officials say they were found responsible for skimming cases at a Newton get-and-go. This month, Marshalltown police arrested Bacardi Bag for a separate skimming investigation at a Casey's you see on your screen in Marshalltown.
Man, y'all, my computer be just ringing with notifications. I don't know. It's just so many people that are just like celebrities or whatever that have just passed away right now. I don't know. It's just yeah, it's definitely oof. It's bad out there, y'all. But yeah, the skimming. I mean, look, they're losing all their money from these skimmers right now, and the skimmers is happening. This is happening to these folks. This is what this is looking at right now. Yes, yes, yes. How do you get it together? How do you get it together? No, you're not.
More affordable housing units like these ones in the East Valley will help. But the Housing Authority says more needs to be done to fix the housing crisis in our community. Residents here hope that these programs will continue to make a difference.
I'm so blessed and thankful.
This is Desiree Hamilton. She invited me into her home Tuesday.
Damn, you couldn't clean that up, lady?
There's another bathroom right here.
She's lived at the Alto Merida affordable housing community for the past 14 years. Before she moved here, she was homeless. What was it like being homeless out here in the Las Vegas Valley?
Terrible. It was the worst situation.
So she applied for assistance through the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority and now lives here with her 7 kids. Did you ever think that you'd have a 3-bedroom, 2-story home in your life?
I didn't at all.
What's something that really stands out to you?
Being blessed with a home, a roof over my head, being able to lay down and go to sleep peaceful.
On his first day in office, President Donald Trump signed an order directing the executive branch to deliver emergency price relief to Americans struggling with housing costs. Trump directed them to take action to lower the cost of housing and expand housing supply so those in need could find a home like Hamilton. This affordable housing community is one of dozens the Housing Authority owns. The vacancy rate is running at just 4% for affordable housing. Executive Director Louis Jordan estimates that we need about 80,000 more affordable housing units to fix the shortage. Hamilton says despite that, she's glad affordability programs exist. How important are they to people here in the Las Vegas Valley?
Very, very important. It gives people a chance to live and to be off the street.
Jordan tells me success is also about more than just building homes.
We can also look at how do we stem the tide of people who need affordable.
He remind me of you're contagious as a lady. Give me what you got.
You know, working with, other entities around employment opportunities.
The Housing Authority says they'll keep expanding all of their programs to help as many people as they can in our valley. Reporting in Las Vegas, I'm Ryan Ketchum.
Yeah, he catching them. He catching them. He catching them. He catching them. Ryan is catching them.
Good news, South Metro Fire says they didn't respond to as many burst pipe calls today. Burst pipe calls. Careful, that could be dangerous.
Yeah, you can't
Not
touch.
as many as last
Say that 5 times
Between
fast.
6 this morning and 6 tonight, they responded to 20 water flow calls and 4 calls about water problems. See, now I'm running scared. They were also called to
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're definitely running. It's 28:10. Yeah, you're running. 6 on 6. You're running. Yeah, you catching him. Hey, you got to catch them all. You get him, Pikachu.
28 fire alarm calls, which could have been a burst pipe or a leak from a cracked pipe.
You can't say that. You don't know how to distinguish between either one.
Cracked pipe is dangerous too.
See, that just making me laugh. I know I'm stopping it, but that was funny though. That's funny.
When the weather warmed up after last year's cold snap, all hell broke loose. They had one of their busiest days ever. But South Metro warned that it's not just going to be a one-day show. As stuff warms up tomorrow, there could be more of those burst pipes and cracked pipes.
Yeah, you have to get that together. You have to get that together. Yeah, struggling with these temperature swings, boy, I tell you.
All trying to stay warm right now, I wanted to take a look at what you can do to help your yard survive the temperature swings we have here in Las Vegas. And it's really been a weather roller coaster over the past 6 months. We all woke up to those below freezing temperatures. For those of you in North Las Vegas, it was just 22 degrees this morning. But think back to July when the opposite was true. We had extreme heat, including a record-breaking 120 degrees.
There you go.
So I learned the best way is to really get to know what your plant's unique needs are. I went to Moon Valley Nursery, and a lot of their inventory is kept outside year-round. That gets plants used to all the seasons of the Mojave Desert climate. Others are kept in a draped enclosure to provide some protection from the elements. When temps get below freezing, most subtropical plants have a hard time, but a sheet or burlap covering will do the trick at night. In the daytime, let your plants soak in the sunshine, and cutting back on watering can help avoid freezing. Now, if you're looking to revamp your landscape, head designer Armando Martinez tells me now is the best time to put plants in the ground.
Plants like to stretch the most and grow the most in the spring. So planting in the spring is not ideal. It's actually better to do it like late winter. This way they're ready to go and have been in the ground for that gradual change. They don't want perfect weather, now 110 degrees.
Beyond caring for plants, when temperatures drop below freezing, it's also important to check on people, especially the elderly, as prolonged exposure to chilly weather can cause hypothermia. You should also cover or insulate any exposed pipes around your home. And if you don't drive a lot, start up your car and let it run for 15 minutes, at least once a week. And of course, bring your pets inside if possible. If you're outside, wear those layers to add insulation, and a hat will help you avoid the 30% of heat loss that you get from the top of your head.
And it ain't gonna work for none of y'all. It ain't gonna work for none of y'all. It's so cold. It's just so cold for everybody.
Fire residents stayed inside during this morning's brutal cold snap. One local turned the extreme weather into a photo opportunity. Braving the brutal negative 30-degree temperatures this morning, Kelly Jost captured this breathtaking photo of a bubble frozen solid. Temperatures were the coldest the village has seen in years. As you can see in these photos, the biting temperatures froze the bubbles so quickly they didn't even have time to pop, freezing them to their round shape.
That's amazing. An angel fire. We wind up seeing, we're seeing angel bubbles. We're seeing angel orbs. We're seeing angel orbs filled with fire that are bursting on residents. It's a beautiful message. It's a beautiful message. It's just that cold, y'all.
Temperatures present real challenges to firefighters as they work to save people's lives and property. Channel 7's Emma Allen checked in with a pair of local fire departments today to see how they're meeting that challenge. Emma.
Well, good evening, Chris. We were curious, do these very cold temperatures have an impact on firefighters and how they serve their community? Well, both Little Rock and North Little Rock fire departments explain those challenges they face and how they overcome them.
No matter the weather, first responders make it their mission to get to you.
The weather, it's sort of like the mail, rain, sleet, snow, or hail. We're gonna show up.
Whether it's the snow and ice or triple-digit temperatures, North Little Rock Fire Captain and Assistant Fire Marshal Gary Williams says proper training is required.
There's a lot of things to take into consideration: slippage, proper operation of the apparatus, responding to and returning from incidents.
While putting out a fire is not a job that can be taken lightly at any time, Williams says dealing with heat and humidity at the same time is difficult.
It has been my experience that it's not as difficult in the winter as it would be in the summer. During the winter months, you still have to hydrate, but the heat, you don't have the heat and the humidity.
Across the river at the Little Rock Fire Department, Public Information Officer Captain Jason Weaver says although there could be ice on the ground and snow falling, the temperature of fires can still range anywhere from around 800 degrees to 2,200 degrees.
Going into the fire, you get soaking wet on the outside from the water, and those guys will be...
That 22 keeps popping up, literally double for your trouble. I just caught that. That's just some, man, it's just happening so much right now. I'm just seeing that 22. You're getting double for your trouble.
working hard and it's hot in there, so they'll sweat. That's not so bad when you're in the fire, but when you come out, that cold temperature and all that sweat and all that water really starts to weigh on you.
Weaver says on cold days, someone from the department makes sure something called rehab is there for firefighters as a way to keep them warm. Today, we got a chance to look at the equipment they use for that.
They have a salamander is what we call it, but it's forced air heater. They can stand by it, and if they're there for extended periods, they'll actually bring out coffee and some hot chocolate.
Now, I asked if frozen hydrants were something the fire departments had to deal with during these cold temperatures, and they said no. Usually the water they use from them is deep enough in the ground so it stays warm. On your side, I'm Emma Allen.
Yep. It is definitely putting a major strain on people.
Force law enforcement to close some roads due to the conditions
this is everywhere,
being
y'all.
too dangerous. I'm Ashley Engel, your Quincy neighborhood reporter. This decision comes after ice is being formed on roads like this, making
What you gonna do with
driving
that?
very risky.
What you gonna do with that ice?
Stay home and stay off the roads. That's the message from the Gaston County Sheriff's Office as they work to keep drivers safe.
Every one of these little towns I've worked in, y'all. None of these towns are prepared. None of them are built. All of them are empty. These are cities to be bought up. There's just nothing going on in these cities. They've all been like that old, that American narrative, traditionalism, traditionalized commercialism. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't sell. That's what they think is hot and it's gonna pop out in these locations. But these are the type of audiences that are out there who are extra Americanized, that like a rock, and so these places really don't have the sustainability like that. They got one Walmart, they got every single fast food restaurant you can think of, and there's not many establishments. All of these small businesses are trinkets where they rely on the people going in and out of the city. You know what I'm saying? And this is every city around the whole country, literally going in and out of the city. And none of these cities, none of these towns are anywhere prepared for any type of weather or any type of circumstance, because these people don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't know what they're talking about.
As of this morning, these roads listed on your screen have been closed. Salem Road at Potter
every
Woodbury, Havana Highway at Del Rio Drive, on I-10 westbound, all lanes at exits 166 and 181 are closed. With the snow beginning to melt, the biggest threat now is ice. It's causing slippery conditions that make driving extremely dangerous. Gaston County Sheriff's Colonel Bobby Collins is urging neighbors to stay off the roads and remain patient. He warns that black ice could quickly form, making roads even more dangerous. He also encourages families to enjoy the snow, but to do so safely from the comfort of their homes.
We all want to have a little fun in the snow. This is new to us and we're enjoying it. We had fun here last night, but we don't want anyone outside for any long periods of time because it's not safe. You still can get frostbite, and you have to be cognizant of the wind chill factor, not just what the current temperature is.
I also spoke with Florida Highway Patrol earlier this morning, and they told me they are continuing to monitor I-10, urging neighbors to stay off all roads until conditions improve.
And they sure do. They hiring at the news stations. They hiring.
It's an act of desperation. Doorbell video captures the moments a woman experiencing homelessness resorted to getting into a dog kennel to try and stay warm.
First thing she told me, she's like, "I'm super sorry. I have nowhere to go, but I'm sorry." And I mean, me and her were like.
Seemed like she got up to where she's like, "I'm gonna get kicked out," kind of almost already getting out of the kennel.
Kind of accepting the fate that she was gonna have to move to a different location.
Yep.
Right.
But that wasn't the case. Mariah Pena had woken up around 3 in the morning and wanted to check in on potential snow when she opened the door to a stranger sleeping in the kennel on her porch.
The desperation in her voice of not asking, like, "Please let me stay," but this is the best that I have at this point in time and in the night. And so I think that also kind of got us a little heartbroken.
Pena and Daniel Bartiz didn't feel comfortable allowing the unknown woman into their home where their child sleeps, but also knew they couldn't find it in their hearts to make her leave.
I saw from her, she just nodded, and I can tell she was, of course, still half awake. She nodded, and she was just like, "Okay." And then that was pretty much it. She went back to sleep. We're blessed.
What we
you know?
have here, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's no reason we can't just let her sleep there.
And although a dog kennel isn't the best place to get out of the elements, in a time of need, something is better than nothing.
With a thick blanket here.
Exactly.
Here, another bed sheet. I even had a car cover for the dogs, and trying to reduce the chance of any rain and that future snow coming in, then a plastic covering on top.
They tell us the woman was gone by the time they woke up today, but as another hard freeze rolls in, the couple says they'd be happy to help the stranger out once again.
Has it crossed your guys' mind that her being able to stay in your dog's kennel overnight possibly might have saved her life in these type of temperatures?
Super cold, wet. Yeah, who knows what could have happened if she was just out in the streets.
Yep. They're living in these tiny homes. They're getting tinier and tinier. These homes is getting tinier and tinier. You ending up in the cages that you locked our people up in. I'm telling you, it's looking real sticky out here, y'all.
This morning, snow and dangerous cold still has much of the South in an ice.
I'm showing you guys this because I want this has to be so emphasized. Like the weather, the snow alone is it's debilitating, it's demoralizing, it's depressing. It's a beautiful thing for us, but it's a blessing, you know. But I'm just saying that from this perspective, just like it's that one harsh reality that people can't just like ignore and get by. Like people can ignore when it's like super hot outside. Like you can go inside of a casino and you know what I'm saying, and be warm or chill, cool, you know, the whole time. But when it's cold, that hits people different, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like when it just causes dysfunctionality within anything that these folks, anything 83 got. It literally, I'm looking at it. So we're studying.
Sea grip. Rare blizzard conditions blasting Louisiana.
Damn.
Trapping this semi.
That's why I'm not on the road. Because all it takes is one big old truck like this to come barreling in the back of you. I promise you, when I saw that truck about to barrel in the back of me, I was like, oh, hell no. No, oh, hell no. That's a scary sight to be stuck in something like this. And there is a 18-wheeler with thousands of pounds behind them barreling at you because they was on their phone talking and didn't realize that they was driving and it was slowing down and it was on ice. It happens all the time. You get people who are really careless and get overly arrogant and confident while driving on the road, especially when it comes to weather. Rain, a little bit slightly under this, but when it comes to snow, I don't play with snow, y'all. I've been on the road for years. Snow is not something you play with when you transport like that.
Truck. The storm also dumping a record-breaking 10 inches of snow in parts of the state, covering palm trees.
There you go, 10 inches and palm trees. What are you talking about?
And closing highways and causing a rare sight in New Orleans. Its iconic Bourbon Street blanketed in snow, like much of the Gulf Coast from Mississippi to Alabama. and no sunshine in parts of northern Florida, including Pensacola, where sandy shorelines transformed into rare snow-covered beaches.
Slushy.
We're not necessarily used to walking in a winter wonderland here in
Look, it got his arrogant ass confused as well. All of these people who try to grandstand like they were just the greatest thing since sliced bread. Now they're looking confused and perplexed. Confused and perplexed. This is what the look is going to be all year. I promise you, y'all. Mark my word. This is going to be the look all year. It's going to be so many doofus moments. Not just him, every state, every country, every politician, every one of these 83. It's gonna burn, it's gonna freeze, it's gonna do everything. You're gonna feel
Florida.
In Texas, the Houston area getting as much as 4 inches of snow.
Snow angels in Houston, that's
unheard of. After a 2021 winter storm left residents without power for days, many there hoping the grid will keep heaters running and pipes from bursting.
Are we preparing for like just a one-day storm, or are we?
It's going to be 40 days, 40 nights, 40 years, 40 years. Yeah, just keep that big old smile on your face. It's going to be okay. We're going to be okay. No, it's not. You're not. You're not. Every one of these grids around the whole country, every one of these systems and infrastructures are all getting grinded to the nub. Like you're getting extreme weather on this side, and then you're getting extreme spring. Then you're getting extreme summer. Then you're getting extreme fall with the hurricanes. It is never ending. It is not stopping. It's literally showing you all the way down to every location. No place is exempt from getting this work.
We about to not have water for a week.
Airports up and down the coast back up and running today after the harsh winter weather caused thousands of cancellations and delays Tuesday. But officials urging drivers not to hit the road just yet.
We're not done yet. This incident is not over yet. We got to wait just a little bit longer.
And hunkering down at home may not be so bad. For many Houstonians, including Houston's police and fire departments, a rare chance to enjoy a taste of winter in their own backyard.
Oh yeah, it's fun now. Oh, it's nice and fun and it's beautiful. Everybody getting outside and enjoying it. Yeah. Yes. Let's keep on doing that. Let's keep on doing that. Because what you're about to see is people starting to get sniffles, get sick. You're about to get the sniffles. People get sick. You're going to be in the hospital. I'm telling you, it's already overworked. Hospitals is already overworked. Hospitals is already overworked, boy. You can't go wrong with none of this.
Really had no choice but
keep
to
knocking
go
them
outside in this cold winter.
And most people thinking they got to go outside. No, you don't.
Weather. We found people walking around downtown today, but not nearly as many were using the much warmer indoor pedway through the loop. NBC5's Patrick Fazio takes us underground, trying to find out the reason why.
It's really cold. Despite wind chills around -20 degrees, people still walked outside around downtown.
It's a little rough out here for sure. Breathing a little bit harder, not so much fun.
Other people stayed warm underground using Chicago's pedway.
I love using the pedway because it helps me to get to work and back.
The pedway started in 1951 to connect red and blue line CTA stations in the loop. Over the years, it has expanded to metro stations as well as public and private buildings.
For any kind of, bad weather, it's perfect. And, the fact that it connects all the way to Michigan Avenue, you really can't beat that.
The underground tunnels and overhead bridges link more than 40 blocks in the central business district, covering roughly 5 miles. CDOT's website says the pedway reduces accidents between pedestrians and vehicles and improves traffic flow.
We just should do a better job maintaining it. There's smelly urine. This is prevalent down here, and that really puts people off.
Alderman Brian Hopkins wants to help relocate the unhoused population living in the pedway to make it cleaner and safer, along with adding more signs for pedestrians.
It can be very confusing to find your way around here. There's a lot of right angle turns and a lot of double backs, and you might miss the door that you're looking for.
Not only can the pedway be confusing to navigate, it can also be frustrating when parts of it are locked, forcing you to backtrack outside.
It has to be open on predictable hours. Our pedway system has segments of it that close before other segments.
The pedway looked like this at some point in its life. God knows when that was, because I've never seen it looking that clean.
The City Club of Chicago presented Reimagining Downtown just last week with ideas of adding artwork to places like the pedway.
And a section of the pedway turns into a digital experience. Mind-blowing.
More support for improvements is what Alderman Hopkins says the pedway needs.
If it was clean, safe, accessible, and easy to understand, more people would use it. Instead of right now, the temperature is 0 degrees and it's basically empty down here.
Reporting underground.
Oh yeah. You could have had people. You could have had people working on it. People could have been taking care of it. Yeah, you don't want to hire our folks. You want them to be consumers. You want us to use all the stuff. Yeah, but you don't want to even. Y'all are sneaky about what y'all do.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being with us. I'm Jordan Chavez.
And I'm Sam Shocker, in for Corey Rose. And listen, it is windy, but hey. And we just
had a blackout. All right.
Oh my goodness, that's a first.
You never know what's going to happen on live TV. This looks like we're telling scary stories around a campfire right now.
Spooky. Yes.
All right, let's see if we can get a check of your forecast.
There we are.
And let there be light. All right, how about that? Let's get a check of your forecast now with meteorologist Keely Chalmers in for Chris Bianchi. You know, Keely, live TV, something else, isn't it?
I hope everyone's okay out there.
Well, it came back on right in time for the weather graphic.
Yep, let there be light. But it's not going to shine on y'all. It's going to shine judgment on you. But you're going to be thrown into the dark abyss. Into the dark abyss, the blackout. This is the time of blackout. We are seeing the shortages. We are seeing the blackouts. We are seeing the coverings. We're seeing the revealing. Yes. It literally is going to be just the heat and snow. Heat and snow. It's going to just keep getting, just beating up everything. It's going to beat up their roofs. Look at how heavy it's going to be on the roof. Look how heavy it is on the roofs. And then the sun beats it up. You're going to keep going through all of these extreme weather swings. Look at the crops. You can't grow the crops here. So the food is going to get messed up. You're going to get pestilence. You're going to have rodents. You're going to have things that are not just going to grow. You're going to have quick seasons.
In the Mandeville area,
You're going to have quick seasons that's going to flash freeze all of these different, crops that are going on right now. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, literally flash freezing all of this. All the way down to the Gulf. I've been here. It's amazing. All the way down to Alabama. Mobile, Alabama, driving right on the freeway along the water. And you'd be surprised. They just slip and slide right over into the ocean. This is unprecedented. This has not happened or had any, at least, it was like 0.2, like 2 inches or 0.2 inches of snow that at least came down this far back in 2004. Since then, no, it has not happened. So to be able to see the weather get down this close, we might have snow on the equator one day. That's how deep it is, where this has to be seen and registered. Like, this is the beginning. This is the pendulum swing for this. That's why I'm at least starting it out. It's like, okay, I need to be able to showcase that. Or this is time stamping within our blessing, with us being on the other side of the fence. We're being able to document and showcase and see that this is what it looked like before, and this is now what it is now.
He's in Tallahassee, where the wind chill is 17. Good morning to you, Trevor.
Good morning, Robin. This has truly been a once-in-a-lifetime snowstorm for the Gulf Coast. We have the Florida Capitol building here and its front lawn with palm trees that are blanketed in a layer of snow and sleet. There's been snow totals in parts of Florida that no living resident has ever seen here before, not to mention these deadly conditions on the road that these drivers have never had to endure.
Never. Never had to
Overnight, a
endure.
rare and deadly winter storm taking aim at parts of the country. Interstate 10 in
Exactly.
Pensacola, Florida, shutting down.
I don't have to tell anybody that we're not necessarily used to walking in a winter wonderland here in Florida.
Officials warning in northern Florida streets could be snow covered for days. At least 10 storm-related deaths, 3 from the exposure to the
There's that 10.
Arctic air.
This is absolutely crazy.
Absolutely crazy.
Beaches in Alabama blanketed in snow instead of sand. In South Fulton, Georgia, a water main break freezing the streets, forcing residents to push their cars. Icy conditions in Louisiana, shutting down the world's longest bridge over water.
The challenge I think we're going to face is the bridges right now are acting like big ice trays.
State authorities responding to at least 50 crashes as parts of Louisiana saw their first ever blizzard warning. This Jeep needing to be towed out of a ditch, and this semi-truck completely overturned.
All the way.
New Orleans seeing the most snow in more than a century. French Quarter buried in 8 inches of snow. In Houston, police urging people to stay off the roads. The city does not own a single snowplow, instead calling...
The city does not own a single snowplow. I did not know that. You learn something every day. Wow. So the panic, the stress levels, the shock, it's really real. This is really real, y'all.
Calling up trucks and supplies from as far as Wisconsin to make the roads passable.
From far as Wisconsin, they are soliciting, and then they bring, okay, so we just got finished doing Alaska. What if they brought everything down from Alaska, and then Alaska gets hit with 20 feet of snow? And then they got all of the stuff. They're playing musical chairs with all of the different resources across the whole country. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to think of what. It's like slide to the left. It's like slide to the right. Crisscross. You know, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something else that's going to be able to. It is a snowy cleansing. It's a deep rinsing of snow, but it's a holy musical chairs of the resources in this country right now and in the world. And you know, when you send them over, it's almost like, you know, being taxed. It's like each one of these places is taxing. It's like, okay, you taking firefighters from all these other regions to go fight fires in California, and then you don't have enough firefighters or personnel in, say, Philadelphia now. Like, that's what's not making sense, that it's all over the place, that you're every single state and country and town is ripping each other's resources because they are, you know, not even begging for help, but they're soliciting that, hey, we need assistance.
Many residents across the South experiencing a white winter for the first time.
It's just a crazy thing to see.
It's
Many children here, it's their first time seeing snow.
Awesome. That's awesome.
And there have been several thousand flight cancellations as a number of airports have outright shuttered their doors, including here in Tallahassee. We've also seen some cars spin out right here in this intersection. Officials warn this could all melt and then refreeze over and over again.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad he said that. And snowfall, 1 + 9 is 10. There you go. Big Mike. But he said it right there. It's literally going to be a repeating of that one part right there. It may snow. It may not snow. It may not snow. But you're going to see that ice. You're going to see that water keep freezing over like that. So this is going to go on for a good amount of days. This is the 22nd. This is the 22nd. You got the Super Bowl coming right around the corner, y'all. You got the Super Bowl coming right around the corner. All of these people's events are getting interrupted. Getting interrupted.
Hear from people who live in the apartment complex.
Let's go to KBC 9's Martin Augustine on the ground with one of those residents. Martin?
Yeah, we're with Josiah Piercy, who lives here. And Josiah, what do you remember here?
Josiah. What does the name Josiah mean? What does the name Josiah mean? Oh, wrong one. YouTube. the name Josiah mean? The name Josiah is a masculine name of Hebrew origin that means God supports and heals. Wow, great glory. It comes from the Hebrew name Yoshiyahu, which is made up of the words Yoshi meaning support and Yahu meaning which refers to the Hebrew God. Josiah. There you go.
This morning, how did you become aware of the fire?
Covering independence. Support, God is supporting us in our independence. Am I reading that right? Okay.
When my baby woke up, there's a window right next to mine that is blocked out for him in the morning so he doesn't wake up. But I heard pops right outside the window, so I opened it up, and I saw a huge flame right next to me. And I was just scared. I woke up my wife, and we got out of there with nothing but the shirts on our back, and neighbors were knocking on our door, making sure everything was fine. And we got down there, and all of our neighbors that we know were down there, but we had to get out of there.
Everything
so,
burnt up, gone.
Our baby didn't breathe in any of the smoke and stuff like that.
Right. Now, how are you doing? How's your baby? How's your wife doing?
They're all good. They're at their parents' house, and I just came back to check on my apartment and see if it was burned down, and luckily it's okay, but I don't know if it's livable right now.
Right. But you have a place to go
Yes.
in the meantime.
Yes,
Okay.
we do. Yes, we do.
How lucky do you feel that you noticed the commotion before it got to you?
Blessed, usually people a little.
Oh, you appreciate being blessed now? That baby was the signal. The baby was the message for everybody in there. The baby was the horn. The baby is the trumpet.
Upset in the morning about their baby being awake, but I am grateful that my Rico woke up and got me up, because we could have been burned down with it.
So your boy was fussing. Would that have been typical, or do you think he was awakened by all the commotion?
Kind of both. He's a great little dude, man.
Well, good for him. Serving as your warning bell there.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea?
Your warning bell. You can't make this stuff up. He was your warning bell. Wow. I can't make this stuff up. And even his sign is Under Armour is as above, so below. Under Armour.
Idea of what you're here to try to get back in there, but are you afraid of what you're going to find?
Hopefully everything will be okay in that. I think all of our stuff is okay. I'm just kind of worried about our neighbors and stuff like that. I'm glad everyone got out, I think. I don't know if it'll be livable with all the smoke, smell, and stuff like that, but we'll see. I'm glad everything's okay.
He sure is
get
red,
warm, but
though.
thank you very much, Josiah. I appreciate that. And you think that most of your neighbors got out safe and sound?
Yes.
All right.
It's super red.
All right, very good. That's Josiah Piercy, taking a moment. Thank you very much to visit with us. And you heard what he was saying. His little boy is waking up, and he's checking on that, and that's what got his attention, that there was something going on, and they got out of there in a nick of time. Back to you guys.
Martin.
In the nick of time. Yeah. He do look like that tomato, though. It's gotten these folks busy.
Fireworks in Delaware County tonight as city council members in one town say they face a critical shortage of police. Collingdale Borough is down to just a handful of officers. And Chris, residents are wondering what is being done to address this.
Sheba, it's a small Delco borough with a small police department, but Collingdale has never seen anything like this. The department is now down to just 5 full-time police officers, and some residents say they're concerned with their safety.
We cannot afford another year of this. You're going to run this borough into the ground even more.
Tonight, residents of Collingdale marching to the public meeting podium demanding answers about the future of the borough's shrinking police department.
We are still, correct me if I'm wrong, without police from midnight to 8.
When are the other officers being sworn in?
Ooh, they sound they sound crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. She sounds spooky.
I mean, like, what are we waiting on? Are we waiting for something really seriously to happen?
In a string of department challenges, tonight, Collingdale officials accepted the resignation of its latest officer on the job for just 3 days before being criminally charged in a road rage case 2 years ago. It's the same council that made news last year after trying to hire a police chief under criminal investigation before changing their minds. Since then, it's been...
You see, and that's where our brothers and sisters need to be able to control your emotions. Because all they're doing is try to instigate and incite. So I need my brothers and sisters to be able to recognize this part right here. Just like how I walked out of that, what was that, for New Year's? White boy walked out super drunk, ready to fight me over my clothes, what I was wearing. Had nothing to do with it. I ain't had nothing to do with him. And I went to go get some ice cream. But just to antagonizing that because he's going through it. He's emotionally triggered and driven out. We ain't got nothing to do with these people. Stop partaking and stop collaborating. Stop involving yourself in any of the mess, any of the nonsense that you see here. Be ye separate, saith the Lord. Touch not the unclean thing. Don't even let him touch you. You protect your energy.
Since then, it's been an exodus of police officers. The department's so short-staffed.
They sit here and want to fire a brother because he got somebody in his face. He ain't did no crazy crime. He got somebody in his face antagonizing. But y'all can sit here and do all these type of crimes, be high on cocaine, on the job, be drunk, on the job, flying planes, on the job. And you get the chance, you got to wait 8 hours. That's what y'all saying. But when it's come to a brother, and y'all can't wait to get a brother on camera. Y'all can't wait to get a sister on camera.
They've been using the state police for overnight coverage.
Well, it doesn't look good because, again, we're a small town, and now we're putting the burden on other towns because now the state pays for the state patrol, and now it's other towns that are paying for that.
The town of 9,000 residents is now down to just 5 full-time police officers. At one point last year, the department had 16. Some residents say it is unacceptable and have even asked the council president to step down.
What do we have left to do but to ask for your resignation, to go to the news organizations, to...
Lady, that shit on your lip got some shit on his lip.
Get it out in the open of what's really going on and what's going on behind the scenes here.
He says she got a beak. Yeah.
Now, borough officials tell me that they are in the process of hiring new police officers, but a timetable of when the department will be...
He remind me of, who is that? Referee? No, is it Judge Mills Lane?
Up to full staff, it is not known. So until then, most likely, you'll see Pennsylvania State Police patrolling the streets of Collingdale until then. Sheba?
See, and y'all do it to yourself. Pennsylvania definitely got the most craziest laws. So, yeah, you guys have definitely been doing this to yourself this whole time. Literally this whole time. Y'all bring this upon yourself. All of these different places are weaving. You guys are weaving. It's a tangle web you're weaving. And now you're getting caught in your own. You're getting caught in your own. You're getting caught in your own. Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with this. This is all Pennsylvania. This is Philadelphia. Y'all have trapped yourself badly.
Philadelphia is launching a new program in the Kensington neighborhood today with the goal to send addicts to treatment rather than jail.
Mayor Sherrell Parker signed an executive order introducing something new called Wellness Court.
Oh, now it's all of a sudden y'all want to treat people now. Now y'all want to treat people now in comparison. And y'all just said, we don't give a damn about y'all. We're just going to lock y'all up. There was no treatment for us. Y'all made it a point to lock us up.
She says her action is just one small step toward the larger goal of ending the humanitarian crisis in the Philadelphia neighborhood.
Action News reporter Catherine Scott is live at the new Wellness Court on Whitaker Avenue to explain Parker's plan. Good morning, Catherine.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, the idea is to enforce laws while also connecting people to the services they need for rehabilitation. The city's new wellness court is going to operate on this site for the 24th and 25th districts, at this point only on Wednesdays.
We are here on this historic occasion establishing the first of its kind wellness court.
The Kensington Neighborhood Wellness Court offers an alternative to jail time for those struggling with substance abuse. It's part of the city's effort to address the ongoing challenges in Kensington.
We committed that we would end this opioid-driven humanitarian crisis once and for all.
Mayor Sherelle Parker signed an executive order that gives the police department the option to make a summary arrest instead of a misdemeanor arrest for certain drug offenses.
As a summary arrest, it is the lowest category of charge in the Crimes Code and puts people on a procedural fast track to a judicial hearing.
People arrested for certain misdemeanor drug offenses would have the chance for same-day physical and behavioral health assessment, basic medical care and withdrawal management, a judicial hearing, and diversion and intake for treatment. Earlier this month, the Riverview Wellness Center in Holmesburg opened a treatment and recovery facility where people could go for recovery.
The city of Philadelphia attempting to build lasting infrastructure to compassionately and effectively get people who are suffering from addiction, substance use disorder off the streets.
They always have to put somebody who look like us in front of all of these ordeals that they actually made these messes, y'all. You guys have made these messes, and you always soliciting or making a scenario where you hire one of us and we sit here and grandstand like, I'm top flight security of the world, Craig. I die for this shit. And it's like, dude, you selling yourself out and you're selling your people out for some damn Judas trinkets. Trying to make yourself think about yourself, going up there looking cute. I bet you smell. I know she smell good when you give her a hug. I know she smell good when you give her a hug, and that's all that matters. At the same time, you sit here worrying about people that ain't never been given a damn about this whole time, and now everybody all of a sudden want to get some moral compass, and they get some direction in their moral compass. Now all of a sudden everybody want to get some act right. But you need us to be able to showcase that? Nah. Y'all not getting away with this. Y'all not getting away with this. It is bad everywhere. And it's not stopping. This is the tangled weaves that are being pulled. This is happening in here. This is happening in Oregon too. Washington. Idaho. Montana. You name it. The epidemic is real. The epidemic is real. It is a lot of people outside, y'all. It's a lot of people outside, and they sick right now. It's a lot of
The village of Badal in Jammu and Kashmir's Rajouri district has been declared a containment zone. Prohibitory orders have also been imposed on all public and private gatherings in the wake of the death of 17 people belonging to 3 families. Another person belonging to the village has been admitted to hospital in critical condition. Now, according to the order issued by Additional District Magistrate of Rajouri, the village has been divided into 3 containment zones. The first covering all families where deaths have occurred. In the containment zone number 2, the members of all families identified as close contacts of affected individuals will be shifted to Government Medical College for continuous health monitoring, which is mandatory. All households will be covered under the Containment Zone 3, and staff will be deployed to ensure the continuous monitoring of food consumption, deployment of police personnel to enforce compliance, and deployment of designated officers for maintenance of logbooks. The fresh steps were taken after Chief Minister Omar Abdullah visited the village on Tuesday. 17 people belonging to 3 families linked to each other have died under suspicious circumstances in the village between December 7th and January 19th this year. And for more details, our special correspondent Idris Sloan has sent us this report from Srinagar.
Jammu and Kashmir government has ordered establishment of containment zones in the Budal village of Rajouri district, where 17 people have died in the last 2 months in what government is calling mysterious deaths. The district magistrate of Rajouri today ordered imposition of section 163 and said there'll be 3 containment zones in the Budal village. In the first zone, all those people, all those families who have lost their loved ones, they will have the houses of those people will be completely sealed. The zone 2 consists of all those people who have come in contact with the people who have died will be taken to GMC Rajouri. And the third zone will be a complete ban on the gatherings in the Budal village at the moment, and the government has said that they are hoping that the locals will basically adhere to all these rules. On the other hand, we saw the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Umar Abdullah, visited the families yesterday and assured them that full investigation will be done, that what is the root cause of these deaths that are taking.
It's always an investigation. I had to show this because this is literally happening all over the world right now. I mean, it's happening, like I said, double the trouble for many of the places that are in America, where you're seeing many of 83 ending up homeless outside, living in these very destitute type of situations. And the amount of infections, the amount of disease and viruses and bacteria, it ramps up exponentially in comparison to being in a much more richer and safe environment where you got health insurance and you can go get checked out, where now not a lot of these people don't got no health insurance. Not saying these particular, but 83 in America. I'm showing this is because this is the precursor. This is happening all over the world, and I can show it on the map where there is these hotspots, these zones where there are major mysterious infections that are going on, major mysterious illnesses. This is literally popping up everywhere right now. So I showcase this because even it's happening, yes, it's happening even in the most remote places, but it's happening right around our corners where you're looking at people and you're like, man, this person really looks sick. And I just read it in the Bible too, like about the boils and the lepers and that part. Like, cursed be these people of the land. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just literally read that. I just read that. So to be able to be seeing this happening on a massive scale, like right in front of our eyes, it's like, yo, you got to catch these things. So yeah, and while that's going on, yeah.
Part of the United States experienced a snowstorm. The other is grappling with brush fires. 3 brush fires broke San Diego, forcing evacuations, fueled by strong Santa Ana winds and dry conditions. A fast-moving brush fire broke out on a hillside shortly after noon in Mission Valley, prompting evacuations and road closures as well. Now, the fire started on the north side of Freyer Road. Police shut down a section of the road and evacuated nearby buildings and ground. Crews and helicopters battled the fire, which was spreading uphill towards a condominium complex. Video captured by an eyewitness showed thick smoke rising from a fire burning behind the building. The fire was seen getting bigger, followed by an explosion within the flames. In the early hours of Tuesday, another blaze known as the Lilac Fire ignited in northeastern San Diego County, damaging buildings and forcing evacuations. According to CAL FIRE, there were also no injuries reported in the blaze, which started spreading around 12:30 a.m. local time.
That's just crazy. Everything gone. This is not the hood, y'all. These places are not the hood. These are very, yeah. These are all nice places of California, y'all. If you've never been here, I'm telling you, these places are immaculate. These places are nice. They're luxurious. You can, yeah. You can have them. You can live a good life out here. You can live a good life out there. And I'm going to show you this because we're still dealing with everything going on. And so this gives it, let me see if I can actually make this larger. No, it won't let me. I was hoping I can get a greater view. Oh, I'll just leave it at that, but let me just zoom out so you can see all of the weather mileage of all of these different places. Now that's Palisades. Now this is getting bigger. That's the Hughes fire. That's swinging around all Santa Clarita. That's all where you got, you got Six Flags and all that. So yeah, you got evacuation warnings through all of these places. That's one little spot that picked up too. But you can see where all of the it's like the, what is it? You can see the lanes of the wind patterns. And if you go down here where that lilac fire is, it's like it's being like jumped. If you look at how it's looking right now, if you look at this from Oceanside, which is an amazing place if you've ever been there, the air is coming from this way. It's coming from the ocean, so you can see the one arrow right there. It's coming from the ocean, and it's keeping it contained. So just how the Palisades was there, it didn't allow it to just shoo it into the ocean. The ocean was like a wall to hold it all up. But if you're looking at all the other arrows, they're swinging up all in one direction. It's like they're all bullying on into one location. They're going this way. From the air, from the ocean, is going that way, and then it's coming from the top. So how you going to handle any of these fires? These Santa Ana winds don't play, y'all. If you've never been out here, I lived all out here. Temecula, that's where Pachanga Casino is at. You got a lot of Asian population all in this area. A lot of people that shit on our people, for real. This whole little area, all through here, I used to live all throughout here. These 3 boxes right here, this is all my stomping grounds, from Ontario all the way to San Bernardino, all the way up here in the high desert too, Apple Valley and Victorville. But that air, when it comes right off of this mountain, it comes right down this butt crack right here. And it just splatters on everything. The wind that comes through here is crazy, y'all. I'm talking about crazy. It blows off. This is the 15 freeway. The 15 freeway takes it all the way to Vegas. The air that comes right here, that's why you see these big old arrows right here. The air that's right here that connects this whole little region is dangerous, y'all. You talk about wind, it's blowing trucks over. Diesels, easy, like no problem. That's why you're seeing these arrows. These arrows are all swinging, all in there, pinpointing exactly where they need to be at. They're pinpointing exactly where they need to be at. So the wind is this wind is going to kick up because it's smushing from down here, from a ley line over here. It's smushing it from down here and pushing it up. So that's why you're seeing the push coming this way. You're seeing the push coming from off this side of the ley line and pushing it all the way over here. You're getting all the energy from off of the ocean. You always got ocean air. And that's Catalina Island, and this is beautiful. You can take a ferry here, but I grew up right here at Long Beach. LBC right there. Let me see if I can see where I actually was. Right here on Cherry right here. This is, I don't know if it'll pull it all the way up. Let me see if I can pull it up, but Cherry. There's a hospital. Matter of fact, let me see. Yep, right up here. There's a hill. There's hospitals over here. But I lived over here, and that's where I got stabbed as a kid. And my mama had to roll me up this hill. She had to roll me up that hill to get to the hospital. That's what I remember, going through Signal Hill on Cherry Avenue. I remember that clear as day, y'all. That was the day I saw my guardian angel on Signal Hill. 4 years old. I still got the scar. It's a beautiful scar now, but yeah. But if I was to live somewhere, I would love to live right here, though. So it's like the Most High clearing out this land right here, Rancho Palos Verdes. Oh my goodness, y'all! This is a beautiful area right here. All of this right here is all beautiful. You cannot beat this area. But anyways, you see, he's preparing it for me. I had claimed this land when I was down there. I was like, I claimed this land. But this water right here, you see this water? This water is beautiful. He's burning this all out too. He's burning all of this out. It ain't stopping. But anyways, but that's y'all can see where I grew up. That's my stomping grounds. But it's dry out here. It's literally dry out here. And these fires are going to kick up. It's going to start kicking up. They're getting higher anyways right now. But anyways, I'm going to just get off of that. But still got more to go. But just as much as it's hot out there, it's going.
Seeing significant moves from climate-related change. Take a look at our next report as we dive into how the surging costs of some commodities are likely to hit your pockets further this year. Take a look.
Your morning coffee is costlier in 2025, and climate change is to blame.
Now you know white folks love their Starbucks, right? You know they love their Starbucks, right?
Brazil, the world's top coffee producer, is facing its biggest crisis yet. Soaring temperatures and severe droughts fueled devastating forest fires in the country in 2024. Experts link the fire's rapid spread to climate change, with Brazil experiencing its hottest year on record and a record number of wildfires. The impact is far-reaching. Brazil produces over 1/3 of the world's coffee, and shrinking yields are driving up global prices, affecting consumers from New York to New Delhi. The financial impact of Brazil's worsening climate crisis is evident. Arabica coffee, the most popular variety, hit the highest price since 1977. Farmers report investing more resources to produce the same or even lower yields due to unpredictable weather patterns. Brazil's coffee production has faced consecutive setbacks since 2021, with droughts and erratic rainfall patterns disrupting harvests. Analysts warn that geopolitical factors, including potential US tariffs and EU deforestation regulations, could further strain the industry and escalate costs for global consumers. To combat climate challenges, some Brazilian farmers are adopting innovative techniques. Growers are turning to shade-grown coffee, a method that protects crops from excessive heat and enhances bean quality. The regenerative farming model, which integrates coffee and other plant species and reduces reliance on pesticides, is gaining traction. While initial productivity may decline, farmers believe long-term sustainability and resilience are crucial to survival. However, the road ahead remains uncertain for Brazil's coffee industry. Business Bureau, WION, World is One.
Yeah. People love their coffee, y'all. And people go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. The Most High has removed me or released me from being a heavy coffee consumer. I guess just because I was working night times and it was convenient being at the gas station, having to put gas in the car, and you're tired. In the van, and you're tired. And, you don't realize that you start developing these things. And my grandmother used to love coffee as well. Coffee and tea. I drink tea now, but my last miracle day, I was like, release me of this coffee. Release me of any of this, any of the things that are not good for my body. Tobacco, all of the stuff. I'm thankful that I can say that I have not touched any of that stuff, so for quite some time now. And, I'm happy. I'm proud of myself. That's what it takes sometimes, y'all. It may take a miracle day. It may just start in that cold turkey. That's what it took. I used the power of my miracle day and the power of everything that I have around me and in me, above me, below me, to be able to push through these things and say no. Like, no, I'm not a coffee drinker. Oh, I'm not a smoker. Oh, I'm not this. I'm not that. I don't partake in these other things anymore. And so I try to give encouragement, because it's actually because I did that, I was able to save extra money. You know, that curving from it, that sugar is crack, y'all. I'm a garbage disposal. So I'm saying this is because I know the amount of strength that it takes to do it, and sometimes it may feel like it's just insurmountable to pick up that 500-pound weight. But lo and behold, you can do it. So I'm giving you guys encouragement that there's many other natural ways to be able to keep yourself occupied and stimulated and be able to not have to consume things that are because of these scarcity issues. You got people that these are companies, these are businesses, they're going to skimp. Them beans that we was looking at, them beans to me look like peanuts. So you don't know what these companies is doing to sit here and circumvent these, because the Most High is removing them. We know that these people, who are you outside of your badge? You're evil, you're wicked, you're destructive. So yeah, if I'm not going to sit here and patronize the business no more, then how are you going to survive? Because I haven't been. You shouldn't have the shortage. You got a few extra cups still there because I ain't been drinking it. So how you got a storage? How you got a shortage? When you got many of the brothers and sisters that are not partaking in a lot of things no more, not even the holidays. So yeah, you're looking at all of these companies closing business and losing money and closing shop and having to cut corners. And that's where we're about to be seeing that. We're about to see many of these companies be revealed this year, especially what's going on. You're seeing the FDA trying to get their act together. You know what I'm saying? They sitting here trying to sit here and now, oh, we're gonna ban this. We're gonna ban this substance, this product. Like, oh, we're gonna ban number 3 red dye. But why y'all didn't ban it in 1992 or 1997 when you took it out of lipsticks, or you took it out of makeup or anything like that? Why is it that now all of a sudden you want to that be it's okay for it to go on the inside, but you don't want it to show up on the outside because you didn't want your women looking ugly? So yeah, it's a different vibe now to where you guys are going all the way out of your way to suppress the things that you didn't already bust a shotgun inside of the boat in the middle of the ocean. The boat is leaking right now, y'all been doing this. 83, y'all brought this upon yourselves. You sit here talking about the amount of the yield is down because you burning your own damn trees, you dummies. You burning down the rainforest to plant soybeans, which is a synthetic plastic plant. Ain't nobody drinking that, but you're trying to force the whole rest of the world to drink these things. And that's why a lot of these American companies then went overseas, international. Mexico is number 1 in diabetics when it comes to drinking soda consumption. Coca-Cola is down in Mexico, and all of them kids, since a baby up until now, they Coca-Cola or Pepsi. So yes, you're seeing many of these companies cut corners because look at the housing industries that's about to happen right now. All of these buildings that got burnt, they're gonna need people. You're gonna need material. You're gonna need equipment. You're gonna need people. You guys have literally shotgun yourself. Literally shotgun yourself. And you brought it upon yourself. You can't get mad. Just like these things, you brought it upon yourself. You can't get mad at what's going to happen to you guys.
By the end of President Trump's second day in office, he's already signed more than 200 executive orders. One now allowing ICE and CBP agents to make arrests at churches and schools.
There's a lot of panic that's setting in.
Phoenix immigration attorney Bill Schnebley says his office has been fielding a ton of calls today from undocumented migrants with pending legal cases who are concerned when ICE raids will start in the valley.
You can give your name and your date of birth and then tell them you don't want to answer any questions until you have an attorney present. You still have that right.
Trump's executive order today rescinds the Biden administration policy of preventing ICE and CBP agents from arresting people in what they call sensitive areas, like churches and schools. The Department of Homeland Security announcement today says in part, quote, criminals will no longer be able to hide in America's schools and churches to avoid arrest. The Biden administration abused the humanitarian parole program to indiscriminately allow 1.5 million migrants to enter our country. This was all stopped on day one of the Trump administration. This action will return the humanitarian parole program to its original purpose of looking at migrants on a case-by-case basis. Hector Ramirez is the pastor at a church in Mesa that helps migrants coming into the country by taking care of them for their first few days in the United States.
No todos los migrantes que entran a los Estados Unidos son delincuentes.
Not all migrants who enter the United States are criminals. Certainly, if there are people who come with bad intentions into the United States, I think that authorities have to act and arrest them.
If somebody was to walk in, brothers and sisters around the world, if somebody was just to walk into my house right now, complete stranger, I don't know if they're good or bad, but that person just literally just walked into your house. I don't know what may have happened in your own life to where you may be calm and cool about it, or you may be triggered and traumatic. It may be a triggering and traumatic situation where somebody broke into your house and you shook and you already go into a defensive mode to protect yourself because this is an intruder. Even if I may not have had that type of feeling and my door was open and somebody just happened to walk in my door right now. Most people, I would say a very, very large amount of people will feel very uncomfortable for a person to just walk into my place right now, take their shoes off. You're going to have to take your damn shoes off anyways. But just to take your shoes off, just, walk right past me, right in front of me, and then walk into the kitchen. They gave me a head nod. They didn't just walk past me and be disrespectful, but, they did just walk past me and didn't give me no head nod and was disrespectful. And they just walked in and went right to the refrigerator, made them a whole bologna sandwich and sat down right in front of me, eating my bologna and saying that I'm supposed to be okay with it. Not many people will be okay with somebody just walking in their house right now. That's the micro, and you got to look at the macro. A lot of people are looking at that circumstance. That's what y'all created. Y'all rather have wanted these people to work for y'all company so y'all can cut, skim, and do all of these different things. You created this problem now. Y'all created this problem. You fired us, and you hired, and the dinner bill got ranged, and you got overflowed. You got overflowed with, this circumstance. So now y'all want to renege. Now you want to call a refund. Now you want to call a refund on a product that you bought 2 years ago when they only got a 15-day product return policy. Now you didn't have it for 15 years. What makes you think you're going to get it back?
He's concerned about the new policy, but says it won't stop him from helping those he feels need it.
Nosotros somos un
Thank you.
brazo de apoyo para ellos. No recibimos dinero.
We are a support arm for them. We do not receive money to do this work. We are volunteers, and we do it with a lot of love and dedication. It is the responsibility of the church. We do it because God has entrusted it to us.
For now, federal agencies appear to be working.
You still can't justify that meaning of the simple fact of somebody walking into your damn house. My door's open, it's free. What that got to do with anything with somebody just walking into your shit? All you're doing is trying to keep the door cracked open for people that are not willing to actually go about it the right way as it was supposed to, because we had to follow these rules and regulations. And even when we followed these rules and regulations, you still gave us a hell of a time during Jacob's trouble.
Working alone on the executive order, but State Senate President Warren Peterson is trying to secure Arizona's cooperation with federal officials at the state level. Peterson introducing Senate Bill 1164, also known as the AZ ICE Act. If passed, it would require county sheriffs and the Department of Corrections to enter into agreements with the feds to enforce the president's border initiatives by January 1, 2026. The bill also directs additional funding to law enforcement, who will receive formal training from the federal government to carry out those duties. We reached out to the Department of Homeland Security to see when ICE raids could be expected in Arizona. A spokesperson said they'll reach out when they have information to share. Marissa Sarbach.
See, and it's almost like a Game of Thrones. It's almost like a game of it's a weird military game that they playing right now because they can't use us as their pawns or put the enemy's face to us anymore like they used to. We still got people out there who was the Moabites who's still at 83. So we can't change that. They got to go through their own judgment and get these cold potatoes. But I'm just saying, like, there is a new face that they're trying to find as many faces that they can put together and scrounge up and compile up. It's like scraping the bottom of a pot of rice. It's like scraping at the bottom of a pot of rice that's burnt. You got the burnt rice at the bottom of the pot. It's like, damn. I know I ain't the only one who burned some damn rice before, but but I'm just saying, like, they're scraping up and to set up and do this grandstand and like, oh, this is humanitarian work, but they're bored. These folks has always been bored and they always need something to do. But that's what's going on.
From 22 states are suing to block President Donald Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship. Trump ordered an end to the practice of recognizing U.S.-born children as citizens when their parents don't have legal status. The action is likely to face a lengthy legal.
Yes, you guys going to face a lengthy legal battle. There's 22 states, double your trouble. Just like it is right there. You're going to get double your trouble. This man is... Take that music off. They are all assembling together right now, y'all. That's the sword of Arabia. So what he did in his first term, now I don't know how J.D. Vance got himself in that situation to be able to be that, but this is a very powerful situation going on in the Middle East right now. But what he's done is that he's tried to become the banker of the monopoly board. And rightfully so. Everybody has obviously showed their entrustment into him being the banker of the monopoly board, even though he's still cornering it in his own favor and stuff like that. So be it. They're grandstanding behind his imagery of white superiority to be able to try to create this 2.0 effect in what they're doing. But it's going to fall flat on his face at the end of the day because they're going to overwork everything and everybody. And it's just they're not going to be able to, they don't have enough buckets to dump the water that's gushing into this sinking yacht in the middle of a storm. So they're going to find themselves at the end of this completely gassed and exhausted. Like they are going to be like, whew, I did not think that was that was not supposed to go the way that it went. You know what I'm saying? Like the Most High is literally like everybody got a plan until you get punched dead in your damn nose by Mike Tyson. Everybody got a plan until you get punched by Mike Tyson. So to see this happening right now, he went over there to these places to be able to he strong-armed this whole place. This dude is on one. He happy. Yep, he's happy. They are happy. This is their jubilee. He is excited. They are so excited about trying to go to Mars and do all this stuff. But he sure did do that.
Thank you.
What was that, sir? That was Hell Hitler. I don't know what you're talking about. But everything is being revealed and everything is coming out. That don't even look like no type of married couple, though. It's just weird. I don't know. It's just such a weird, and that's why you see even the Indian thing going on because J.D. Vance's wife is Indian. So, like, even if it was her or Kamala Harris in there, it would have been a circumstance for the people that are of Indian descent to be able to have capitalized. It just would have went two different ways, two different routes. Because it went this way, it's like it's obviously in everybody's face. You're seeing what's going on, but you know, this is going to be this is going to be alarming for all of these folks.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
List of pardons and commutations relating to events that occurred on January 6, 2021.
And I got this music. Law is automatic citizenship for born in U.S. non-citizen parents. This is going to affect so many other people. You already got so many people that are already on their way out. Within hours, it was sued, civil rights advocates, because they think that they're privileged. They think that they're privileged to these type of circumstances above the original people, the foundational Black Americans, the Hebrew Israelites of this land, the people that are the truth holders, the chosen ones of this land. They have spat in our face, throwing these things and throwing these people in our faces if they were more important or more valuable or they were more needed than us. And these people went and followed it along with it. You see what I'm saying? They're like, oh yeah, we better than y'all. We immigrant, but they love us more than they love you. You know what I'm saying? And so you sided with them. You look like the little ugly thing that was on the movie 300 that went and sided with Xerxes. And then to come to find out you wasn't never even a part of it. You was a part of the play. So yeah, you got massive amounts of people who are coming over here. They're going to be working for us. They're going to be working for our businesses. So that's why it's time for us to get our stuff together. They're going to be coming through it. They're going to have to come through us to get that validation. But yes, this is going to be all of what they're trying to do right now is going to be met with a lot of hurdles. And it's happening. We got to let it go.
I opened up
We're
my
just getting out of the
curtains
way.
and all I see was orange, red,
Everything
black,
burned down.
smoke, everything, all the parking structure was on fire. So my instinct was to get out.
Rosa Olvera escaped this Altadena apartment.
I could literally feel my windows hot.
Covering her two daughters in blankets. They've been staying at an evacuation shelter in Pasadena ever since.
One day I was good with my daughters, and next day I don't have anything.
Her scorched two-bedroom unit cost her $2,400 a month. But now the single mom says similar units nearby are going for almost $3,000, which she cannot afford. Those looking for larger single-family rental homes are also finding stiff competition and inflated pricing.
They chose a family that was willing to sign a 3-year lease and pay 1 year full in cash over us.
The Los Angeles area's housing market was already tight
everybody
before the
fighting.
fires, but now tens of
Everybody
thousands
fighting.
of displaced residents are looking at the same limited supply.
You walk into these open homes, there's hundreds of people there, and they're just price gauge. I mean, it's how much are you going to give me? How much are you going to give me?
By one estimate, rental data website Zumper shows average rents so far in January for houses in the city of Los Angeles jumped 42% compared to the average in December.
Wow.
And anecdotes of soaring rental prices have become commonplace.
I feel lost. My wife feels lost.
Hugh Adair and his wife lost their recently renovated Altadena home. Now, as they search for a rental,
Yeah, let's see here. $10,000 deposit. That's
fees.
Who has that, right? You just had in the back pocket. Oh yeah, here's 10 grand cash.
he says they lost out on a rental home when someone else bid $1,000 more a month. Since the fires, California's price gouging statute has been in effect, prohibiting a price increase of more than 10% on things like food, emergency supplies, hotel rooms, and rental housing. Violators could spend a year in jail, be fined up to $10,000 plus civil penalties. Landlords can't get around this by encouraging a bidding war. They've now sent at least 200 warning letters to hotels and landlords who could be violating the law. But with enforcement just beginning and long-term scarcity of supply
that is
with
gone.
overwhelming demand,
Man.
Olvera wishes she could tell landlords.
When things like this happen, that's when everybody comes together. It doesn't even matter what you have.
That was Megamind. That was Megamind. I'm glad you brought up Megamind. I'm gonna bring you up another Megamind. That sure was Megamind. That was Megamind.
Let's talk about my hair transplant. I got my hair done 2 days ago. As you can see, it's healing up now. And no, I did not go to Turkey to get my hair done. For anyone that's going to ask, no, I did not go to Turkey to get my hair done. No. I got my hair done in Wembley, to be exact, Kenton, Harrow, the same place where Heady One and Chunks got theirs done. Arrived at the hair clinic about 8:30. I went in, had to do my consultation. They're asking me questions like if I'm diabetic, if I'm on any medicines, if I have any diseases and all of that. Obviously, I don't have none of that. Then after I sign off the form, the waiver, I go and see the doctor. The doctor comes and talks to me and we design what I need and everything. We talk about everything I need. As you can see, it was my middle, it was my crown and my donor area. And obviously, like, my hairline was actually alright, to be honest. It was literally just mainly like my crown and my donor area. Now, I could have put my hairline forward. I know everyone's like, oh, you should have put your hairline forward. However, if I did put my hairline forward, it would have mean that they would have had to take more grafts. So graft is 2 hairs. So I got 4,000 grafts done. So that means 8,000 hairs that's been implanted into my head. So I would have had to take more grafts from the top of my head to bring it down to like lower my hairline, which would have made my hair less dense at the top, and I don't want that. After that, we then go into the surgery room and they cut all your hair off. I can't lie, I was so gassed because I wanted to see what I look like bald. I've never seen myself bald. I've always had hair, you know what I'm saying? Even if it's short or long, my hair used to be like down here. Can't lie, no homo, I actually looked, you know what I'm saying, good bald, you know what I'm saying? Cut it all off, and then, yeah. That's when they start to inject you with anesthesia. I can't lie, I thought they was gonna give me just one injection. Yo, they were just injecting me. And as it was like injecting, I could just feel my head just swelling. Like it was just like a balloon just going like that. I could feel it. And then after a while, I just stopped feeling it. And they inject me in my hairline. And then that's it. That's when they started doing the surgery. The surgery, I probably started about like 9:15. And then I fell asleep because I was so tired. I only had like 2 hours sleep. I was so tired. I finished at 1:45. Had lunch. You know what I'm saying? I only had apples, 2 apples and an apple juice, and that's it. We continued at 1:05, and I finished at 1:15. After that, they just give you a bunch of medication that you have to take. Obviously, as you can see, the swelling on my head. Yeah, that's it. They just go through everything of
the swelling. That's more than swelling, sir. You look like a Super Mario mushroom, sir. Oh, you look like the peanut butter cap. Yeah, you definitely look like a bottle cap.
What you can do and what you can't do, and that was it really. Easy, man, it's easy. But guys, if you want any tips or any advice, just follow me, message me, and I got you, man. Like, I'm not one of these guys that like, oh, hair transplant, and don't share the thing. Like, I will share the thing with you. I will talk to you about everything. You know what I'm saying? If you have any like doubts, anything, just shout me, okay?
Yeah. That women getting BBLs and men getting hairlines. You know, if I go bald, I just go bald. It is what it is, you know? I mean, if you got the money, then do what you do. I mean, if it come out looking right and looking clean, but if you come out looking like one of the aliens from Mars Attacks, yeah, I don't know. It's like you might as well have just like stayed quiet and silent until it actually, you know, simmered down and gave yourself a chance to actually make it sit in the pocket and fit in. But yeah. Mm-mm-mm. You have a lot going on right now in the world right now. There's a lot going on in the world, Craig. It's a lot going on in the world, Craig. Literally is that. It is the year of the snake.
Starts next week, and you're invited to celebrate the Chinese tradition in New Haven. It's free, and there will be fun for all ages to enjoy. And here to tell us more about the Lunar Fest 2025 are Cindy Riccio from New Haven Museum and Leslie Stone from Yale China. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So I was talking to you guys a little bit about this event, but talk a little bit about the organizations teaming up for the celebration and why it was so important for you guys to bring this to the New Haven community.
So 14 years ago, we had our first line dance parade on Whitney Avenue, and the New Haven Museum became our founding partner. I'm from the Yale China Association, and so we had this dream that there would.
I thought Chinese New Year was supposed to be for Chinese people. Like, why is white folks always like? Wasn't it like a white girl who was like Miss Japan or something, Miss Korea or Miss China or something like that? Like, now Tom Hanks is gonna be the next nigga. Like, what is going on right now?
Be a line dance.
Y'all don't know y'all know who y'all want to be. Y'all just want to take somebody else's culture or race or whatever like that and say that you was the inventor or you was the start of it or anything like that. Like breakdancing in the Olympics and seeing Miss Australia breakdance was just like an atrocity to all of the breakdancers throughout the history of the 80s and the 90s.
Parade every year, and really without the New Haven
Cheer.
Museum, wouldn't have been realized. We have a wonderful partnership with them and other venues across the city and organizations as well.
So for folks, I love that partnership, and so for folks who are watching at home and saying, what is the Year of the Snake? Can you talk a little bit about that?
So there are 12 zodiac animals that represent each of the lunar years.
Yeah.
And we are closing out the year of the dragon and entering the year of the snake and looking ahead after that to the year of the horse and so on. So each year is significant in different ways. The year of the snake is actually my year, so I'm looking forward to it.
That's awesome. I think I was born in the year of the rabbit. I have to double check that, but
year.
I'm pretty sure that was the year that I was born in. So talk a little about the event itself. What can folks expect when they come?
Sure. So the event begins with a parade down Whitney Avenue on February 1st at 10 a.m. and it is led by really an amazing dance troupe. It's the Wang Qingming Hungar Institute, and they are a 9th generation family of lion dancers who do this incredible performance along with other parade goers. So that's the first part. And then in the afternoon, there are free events and workshops across the city at different venues, including Chinese music. There's making Peking opera mass, watching Chinese and Korean dance, actually, and an Asian night market, artist market, and just a wealth of different places. The New Haven Public Library has a wonderful snake shadow puppet show.
Cool.
Yeah, so all of these events are free and open to the public.
And that's where you come in as well. So talk a little.
I bring this up is because, just like she just said right now, it's about to start on February 1st, right? And our fast starts on January 31st, right? Interesting time. Chinese New Year starts within Black History Month as well. This is a time where our energy is about to be enhanced. Anytime we get enhanced, it always is a disruption to everything else everybody else is doing, right? It truly is. And the fact that we are going and we're gearing up and we're getting ready for all of this to see these events, that's why I'm showcasing them ahead of time. Because I want us to be able to pay attention to the events that are to come within this year and be able to document what is taking place, who, what, when, where, why, how. You know, I love to ask questions. So when I'm thinking about this, I'm like, what does the planetary body look like on that day? What locations? What is the weather going to be like? Who is going to be there? You know, you start putting all of these different things together, and then when you see an actual fantastic presentation, it's like, oh my goodness, it's like the Most High is literally creating like a minority report for us. You know, it's like we're the Or the seers before it happened. It's like, ooh, and then it happens, and it's like, all praise to the Most High. So I bring this up is because everybody's so very excited about this Jubilee within the Catholic realm, within the Asian culture, the year of the snake. It's so prevalent this year. So many people are so excited everywhere right now. Even though they're going through hell, they are holding on to God's unchanging hand. Because he fought the battle of Jericho. Yes. He helped Gilligan get off the island. Yes. No, he did not for y'all. It is about to be very rough for these folks. Like, it's about to be like, ooh, I thought it was going to be the year of the snake, but we wind up getting bit. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm showcasing. Hey, yeah, you still got American crime going on. You still got weather going on everywhere. You still got people's the paychecks is messed up. Their credit is bad. They can't get into a place. The lady just said the dude just said it's $10,000. $10,000 just to get into a place. $10,000 to get into a place that they can't get into. They lost everything. Everything got burnt up, whatever they had. Everything. And that's on both sides, whether it's cold or hot. Whether it's cold or hot, they're being showcased that regardless of how, any way you want it, it's almost like it's almost like the Tupac song. How do you want it? How do you feel? Coming up. Yeah, just like that. How do you want it? Because that's how you're getting it right now. That's literally how they want it right now is how they're getting it right now. How you guys was acting and being the way y'all was, y'all are literally getting full action right now. It's just amazing time right now. It is amazing time. Shalom, beloved. For anybody that want to pop up, you're more than welcome to pop up. Got the sister Renana. Wagwan.
Hey, how you doing?
Shalom,
So,
beloved.
we're talking about the planetary alignment. Yesterday was the tippy top beginning part of this whole thing. It was like the day one of this alignment, and I've been looking into it a little bit further. It's going to be really nice on the 25th. So just keep your eyes open on the 25th. That's going to be fun. So, but because it's going to be like super in alignment and everything too. But
You
want to
said
see
the
what it looks like
25th?
today?
You
The
said the 25th?
25th. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, this
yes. Yeah.
time on the 25th. On the
Yes.
25th, that means everything is going to be in line, and you're going to see Mars and Mercury at the same time, which is I'll show you. I'll show you when I. Okay, I'm getting the little pinwheels. I'm going to go slow. Let's go slow because we tried to do it yesterday and it didn't turn out. So don't go fast. Okay. Let me turn off all the other stuff. Nothing else is on. Okay. So let me show you my screen here. Are you good with your tabs though? Because this
Yes,
is
I
like
am.
super interesting. I've been
Oh yeah, I'm
liking
good.
this. I've been liking this right now. So I like
Yeah.
it. I
No,
like
you
the
good.
tabs. Okay, so let's see. Show you the Stellarium. We don't need audio. Share. View tab. So this is the Stellarium. As you can see now, we are right in the middle of the alignment. You can see everything. If you're in your location, especially if you're in the Southwest or the West Coast, period. If you're on the West Coast, if you're on the East Coast, you're past this point. Everything's probably gone now. You're in nighttime now, but you can probably still see it. Probably still see it. But if you're facing the
Yeah.
east and you're facing like the southeast, you see the meridian line and the elliptical line. The elliptical line is the red line. The meridian line is the green line. So you could just see where you're at the middle of the planet. That's supposed to be the middle of the planet. Anyway, so as you can see, Mercury's on the right and Mars is coming up on the left. But on the 25th, they're going to both be in frame. Okay, so Mars is basically under the ground right now. So let me show you right here. Mars is basically underground. If I take off the landscape, you can see Mars is right here. This is the horizon line going through right here. So Mercury and Mars is right here. But, and as you can see, let me show you the piano keys, because I like to show you the piano keys of how everything is going. So right about this time, we're seeing everything right now. Right now. Okay. So Mercury and Mars are kind of going to be a little bit slow. I saw a pinwheel, so that's why I stopped. Mercury and Mars are just
They're never in the same. Yeah.
They're never in the same, really, right? But then on the 25th, you say you like to look ahead and see what's going on. You see how they're pulling in? Look at them pulling in. Well, this time on the take this off. Let's get back to the view. This is what's going to be happening on the 25th. So this is going to be the real true pinnacle of this alignment. So this alignment is going to be a few days. But yesterday was the beginning of it, and it sure was the beginning of it, because you can totally feel it. You can feel it, you can see it, you obviously showcased it. And like you said before, you got Venus and Saturn. They're over here dancing, but Saturn's now went over trying to handle the right side of the right side of Venus now. It was handling the left. It goes, and now it's like, okay, let's flip it over. Okay, so it's over. And then still hidden in here, even for some reason it won't let me search, but they're looking for Pluto too much, but Pluto's moved. But let me see. I don't think Pluto's still in the sun, but I'm trying to look for him. Where's Pluto? See, he won't let me search. What search? So anyway, I don't know what's going on there. But on the look out for that, because that's going to be a fun thing. Let's see what the piano keys for the 25th. Look at Mercury and Mars are going to be in the same line. The moon and the sun are going to both be out that day too. So you see how they're all pulling in together in this blue area here during the day. That's we're getting it. You know, so
that's
the
awesome.
25th is going to be a fun time. And so let's see what the 26th does. Let's see what they do on the 26th. Oh my goodness, they coming in. There might even be more. Okay, how far it goes. Oh, I think they're pulling in. Wait, I think
they're getting closer
they're pulling in. Mercury, and then the 28th, either it goes to the sun, either Mercury goes into the sun, or something. Sun and moon will be out at the same time on the 28th. Look out for that too. That's gonna be nice and pretty. If you care about such things, but the sun and at the same time on the 28th. This time on the 20th. Stop it. This time on the 28th. So you're gonna see Mercury, the moon, and all there. They're gonna be just hanging out, ganging up. The Pluto's hanging around here, and then Saturn, Venus, Uranus, okay, and Mars, and all of them together at the same time on that day. Wow, the 28th.
Neptune is there as well.
Neptune,
it's just not. It's just not in that the category.
Neptune's never really. Neptune's never really visible because it's mainly water-like, so it just doesn't really show up, So, but then it's like, but look at how amazing they're all pulling
They're
up
all
into
right
the
there on
day.
28.
All right there on the 28th. So that's gonna be
So
some
as soon as
interesting
the
time.
sun comes up.
You're gonna be seeing all of them. So, and the reason why I keep looking at this and I'm so incredibly interested in this particular alignment, because this is cool things have happened in the celestial body before, but this is really good because of what a while ago when you first started this is that each of these planets, we know from a spiritual standpoint, they give off their vibrations. And from an actual celestial standpoint, they actually give off vibrations that affect the right. And it's like they're all gathering together. It's all gathering together to look at Earth. Like, okay, what you doing over there? Earth over here causing all kinds of problems.
That's an amazing. That's an amazing
and
analogy, though.
Yeah, it's like
That's an amazing analogy of you saying that they're all watching, all eyes on
like they're
Earth.
looking at the baby. Like they're looking at what happened to
Wow.
what are you doing?
Yes.
What you doing?
Yes.
They're just watching us and see what we're doing because we're switching over. Imagine if these were actual people looking at another person, what they're
Looking at us,
seeing
yeah.
on Earth, what it looks like from Mars on Earth, looking at us. I wonder what Mars sees. Our atmosphere. Do they see some kind of weird blasts and pops and tweets and whistles? What they're seeing when it comes to this. So each one hanging out with Saturn. Saturn's trying to, Saturn trying to pull that whole like ghosting. Saturn's trying to ghost me. Like,
You better not leave
I don't
me.
think they are, but they're just coming out of their orbital alignment. They still love each other. So and then you better not leave. It's just like I can't leave you, girl. I'm just gonna go over here. I gotta go to sorry, but I'm about to bring that judgment in, so we're gonna be seeing some judgment. He said, I gotta go to work, but I'll be back later, baby. I was gonna see you. But anyway, but Saturn is gonna be shooting off that judgment. Like you said, day 22 right now. This is gonna be day 28. Ooh, I'll be amazed to screenshot this because I would be I would be happy to see. I mean,
let me see it. I forgot how to screenshot.
Imagine what we're gonna be seeing on the 28th, right? In fact, I want to look
screenshot.
Let
me screenshot because I completely forgot how to screenshot the key for it.
Because this is gonna be the 28th. That's gonna be. Well, don't do this. Don't kill the
image capture.
Yeah. Oh,
no,
you
you
take
good.
that off here. Take off the screen.
I just want to make sure I get that though.
So if you want to take a screen,
because this would be something that we would send no, not screen share. Hold up. I'll just go to it. Screen. No, excuse me. Screenshot. There we go. That was the button I was looking for. And I just need to capture. There we go. So, all right, we good. You still there? You still there? Yeah, it get weird like that sometimes. But nonetheless, no, the ramping up of all of the events right now is definitely an exciting time. And we're keeping our eye on the ball. That's why we're here. We're here to study. We're here to keep our eye on everything. We're here to pay attention, not letting anything slide out from under. And like I said, I have tons of other stuff. I got to work on this video, but we will be back. I might come back later on tonight just for the American crime. I got so much stuff that I didn't even touch on right now as well. But I just wanted to, definitely touch on just the stark, what's the forecast of what's to come right now. Because we are in these alignments, because we are addressing these things, because the sister is bringing up this information, of the forthcoming of a lot of these things. And, going into our meditations and thinking about all this stuff, it does allow us to see everything before it actually comes to pass. And now that we're putting ourselves in um, in alignment. Now that we are about to go through the gauntlets, it is time to start getting our stuff together. It's time to start um, noticing what is out there and prepare. And we're prepared. We have enough, but we definitely need more. And even what we have, we need to keep strong with it and keep it chiseled and keep it sharp and not take our eyes off the ball with everything that's going on right now. We see in the weather that's going on. When the Holy Spirit speaks to you, believe it and receive it. Don't let that go. It's time to at least open your eyes up to everything that's going on and know that this is happening for a reason. We're being shown all of these things for a reason. We are seeing all of the alignments happen. We're seeing things that have never happened in all of these different places. We're seeing things happen to people things have never happened to them. They were never touched, and now that they're being touched in every single way, it's like what is that? Oprah Winfrey movie, that Beloved. Open, touch me from the inside. Yeah, that was a horrible movie, anyways. But yeah, sister, you can go ahead and bring that back up if you can. I was just closing, shutting, winding down, because I'm gonna keep a lot of these videos I already still have right here, and make it for the next segment. And but yeah, that's what's tying into what's going on. Is that the alignment is bringing in this energy, is bringing in all of this information for us to download. The weather patterns are switching because of these alignments, because of these planetary parades. The weather is doing things. It's been unprecedented. We've never seen snow. Most people have never seen no snow in Atlanta, all the way down to the Panhandle, all the way down to Bourbon Street. It's snow on the Bourbon Street right now, y'all. You know. So go ahead, beloved. I see the moon. I see Mercury. It's you got all the planets all looking at us like that.
Hmm.
That's just a fascinating,
Yeah.
you know, visual to have. Is that all eyes is now this year on, and that's why I was like, everything would be revealed. They're like there to, what is that? Like judge,
Yeah.
judge everything
All of
that's
them.
going on here.
And every one of our
Mm.
planets, everybody has a planet they were born under and stuff like that. Every last one of them is looking at every last one of us, and so it's like
You see
they're
it?
just they,
You
it's
see,
just there for judgment. I can just
they're
only imagine
literally
what it
looking
looks
at
like.
us.
They're
They're
looking
all
at it.
looking at us. You got Mars, you have the sun,
Yeah.
Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, Mercury, Saturn, Venus. They're
Mhm.
all right there.
Like
This
we're
has
looking at
never
them, and
happened.
people only think of it. They only think of it in terms of, oh, we're looking out into the constellations. But I thought about that earlier. I was like, but they're looking at us too. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? They see
And they
us
got a better
too.
view.
They
And they
got a
have a
better
better
view,
view.
and they have. We give off vibrations. And if
Mm.
we're in low it's like I wonder if they're seeing two disparate vibrations coming out of us, which makes me
Hmm.
go into the thinking about the ley lines, because now we have the yin and yang ley lines, and the energy goes out from the earth and then back into the earth, right? I wonder what
Hmm.
they're seeing. Do we look like a big butt cheek or something to them, or what do we look
Hmm.
like to them? I can only imagine what we look like to them. So
Exactly.
I was going to show you the ley lines. I'm afraid to do so though, because this internet, as soon as I started talking to you and telling about how they're looking at us, all of a sudden my neighbor decided to come outside the house and have a conversation on the phone, and my internet started acting up. I said,
Mm.
dude, seriously, you haven't been out of the house for 2 months. I haven't seen you at
Hmm.
all. Now today is the day. So anyway,
Are you are
um,
are you connected through the Wi-Fi or hard line?
I'm in a Wi-Fi, so I'm gonna have to do this by Ethernet next time. I'm gonna have to reconfigure,
Yeah.
but I can't do
Okay.
it right now. So
No problem.
let's see.
Go ahead.
Let's
Yeah.
one more thing here. I'm gonna try it one more time. If I get knocked off this time, I just want to say shalom to the family ahead of time, and I'll let you have the rest of the floor. Okay, I won't come back after this one. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see the ley lines. Let's get to the ley lines, because this is something that I know you like to see. Can you see my screen?
Hmm.
Okay, so this is the ley lines. So we were talking about, of course, we had the yin and yang lines. We had once again, we had the basic lines, which are the main lines. If it gets really quiet, I know I probably lost you because it gets like super silent when you're gone.
And that main
When
line
I
is going right through that main line is going right through Baton Rouge and New Orleans, right through
right,
Houston.
so, right. So this main line south here of the United States, Arizona, all the way down to the Bahamas or whatever, Bermuda, whatever it was, Bermuda Triangle or whatever. So it's going through Texas, Louisiana. Hello, you still there?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
here.
yes. Okay. So this is the main line that's going through here. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on here. So people are talking about, oh, we could just go leave and go to New Mexico. I think you should go to New Mexico right now. You don't get something else happening over there. I don't think you should. I think you should just stay put because the judgment's already here. There ain't no running from it. So you might as well. There's no prepping. You're too late for prepping. And somebody, I remember I saw in a chat earlier today, I was like, somebody said, well, can't people just repent? And no, the time of repentance is done now. We're being looked at right now. We're being judged right now. So
Hmm.
so we're
It's
in
just
it.
interesting. I'm looking at these boxes. Well, they're not boxes, but they're triangles. So, like, I'm looking at the from where it is and the point over there closest to Florida, going straight up to Delaware right there. That's where Virginia was at, where all of that weather was happening right there. That whole triangle right there from Delaware all the way to Illinois. That's where a lot of that energy is getting affected. And then you got another triangle where it's going from Florida all the way over to Utah. And then from Utah, that whole area right there is affected in a whole different capacity. And then
Hmm.
on the other side of Utah is blockaded off to where Nevada and California is affected in a different way. So all of these
In a
different cubby
different
hole
way.
boxes,
All
yeah.
these cubby hole boxes, and there's a big triangle right in the middle, so you're gonna get a whole bunch of mess over here. And then you got a big triangle up here going all the way up to Canada, whatever's gonna be happening up there in Canada. What's going on in
Hmm.
Saskatchewan? I have no clue. What's Saskatchewan? What they do? Manitoba? What it do? I don't know. But then we start bringing in. Hello.
You sir.
Okay, it gets real quiet, so I get all scared. Don't leave me. Don't.
No.
Okay, no, sorry.
No.
We got the yin going on here, which is the going out from. It goes up from north and goes back out like this way, like out, and then we got the yang. That's I'm learning more about it. That's coming. That's like going out from there and
That's
coming back in.
that's a crazy crossover with Texas with Houston right there.
Okay, so
That's an
right
interesting
here,
crossover right there. Yeah.
this blue mix right here. Yeah, it's a
Now
whole
that
lot of
X.
energy right there.
Right.
There's a lot of good. This is the yin line here. Let's see. This is the yin line here. The blue is the yin. The yellow is the yang,
There's no
and
yang above that.
there's no yang there. But that is a nice, interesting mix. That's interesting stuff coming up from up here, coming on down here. And so it's like something from up there is coming down from here. We're being judged from all over the place, and whoever's up there at that point with us, which is probably Mars. Mars is more towards the north, as we remember from the stellarium picture. Mars is more towards the north. So that's that Madamite energy, which is that
Mm.
warrior energy, which is that beat down energy, which is just coming through like a gangster. So I'm wondering if that's affecting that particular line. It's just something I'm just extrapolating things and just trying to put it together
Hmm.
because this is a massive amount of information. I could be totally wrong, but I'm just look from context clues. That's what I'm doing right now. Context clues.
Hmm.
That's what I'm reading.
Yes.
And then so the yang line, which is the yellow line going out the other direction, is stuff coming up from the south. The one coming from the south is Mercury, was on the other side, and the sun and Pluto together. Mercury, sun, and Pluto. That's a whole lot of like, yeah, we gonna trip you up here real quick. We gonna see what you about. You see what you about. See what you
Hmm.
about. See what kind of what you doing. What it do. We're getting judged by all the planets. We're getting all
Hmm.
the planets
Literally.
vibrations. We're getting judged by everybody. So it's just if you're not on your best behavior, you're gonna get it. If you've been messing up all this time, I just wonder if they see us in little pockets like this, like little. I
Yes,
wonder what they see on
they
our
do.
planet. like
They
little
do.
pockets. They see pockets of
It's
icky
it's
over here.
it's interesting you say that because like I remember saying talking about the time where I was on one of my sisters from college, um, her rooftop. She was in Beverly Hills, and I was
Mhm.
it was the day of my mother passing. It was August 30th, and I had took some shrooms on top of her roof, and it was hot that day, and I just like sunbathing. But when I got up, like I was getting these downloads, and it just seemed like I was being looked at from the sky. Like these people were like judging me, not judging me in a bad way, but it's like I was being like scanned, you know. And then when I got up and I was looking over the city, it looked like this grid of like the spiritual grid that was way above it, but it looked like the city was broken down in different like empires for our people. That's what
Mhm.
it looked like. It looked like it was a grid, a spiritual grid that was over the city that was compartmentalized over like this is the region of Renana, this is her empire, this is the sister Deborah's empire, this is Prime
Mhm.
empire, you know. So
Mhm.
I believe it does see it like that. I think they look at it in a completely different, much more royalistic way than we are
Mhm.
even seeing it. We're seeing it from a very minute level at the street level. I think
Yeah.
from me being on that roof and looking down, how I was looking down on those on that journey, yeah, that was different feeling. So
I can think
I can see that.
and think about it. If that's just from a roof with you taking a mental journey.
Hmm.
Think about actually being what 95,000 miles away from us, you know,
Hmm.
so whatever one of these planets is looking at the I wonder what they're seeing. Do we look like little bits of popcorn or something popping out from our what does it look like? Does it look like a big ugly little brown hole of poop or something? I don't know. What do we
Hmm.
look like to them? I can only imagine. But we're not gonna. But it was making me think of SpaceX when SpaceX went and exploded up there. How the engine just stopped.
Hmm.
It's like all the other planets. I kind of I felt in my spirit that the other planets were saying, "We're getting sick and tired of you barfing out this crap. Either you're
Yeah.
going to come out and come see us, or stop spewing out this crap. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? What's
Yeah.
wrong with you?" Right? It's like you're looking at your baby, and your baby just keeps, spitting. Like, say your baby's just sitting there going.
Hmm.
That's probably what we look like to this baby. They're going, will you stop it now, please? Stop. You're
Hmm.
spitting all over everything. Stop putting all that. So when SpaceX was just randomly shot up there like they were just like, stop spitting on me. I felt
Hmm.
like the universe was just saying, stop spitting on us. Either you're gonna talk or you're not gonna talk. You know what I'm saying? But you can't come out here like to stop with all that. So I
Hmm.
think that's why he got smacked down. You know what I'm saying? It's just 'cause y'all ain't getting out of here. You ain't getting over here with that mess. Because we see what you're doing to your planet, and you ain't doing a good job. Oh, by the way, it still
Hmm.
says Gulf of Mexico. It's like, but
Yeah.
look at how it's messed up.
Yeah.
I think they tried to put an overlay where they're trying to change it to Gulf of America, but it's
Go
not
from
quite
yeah,
there
it's
yet.
it's not rendered yet. It's still loading. It's still
Still loading,
yeah.
but
Mm.
it's no, it's a Gulf of America. Are you crazy? Anyway,
Yeah.
let's put the balance lines on it, which is the green lines. So these green lines here are the balance lines. Like I said before, the major highways are the white lines, which are the main lines. The yin and yang are like the highway system, like the interstate and the intrastate system, and the balance is like the the bypasses and the crossroads, right? The bypasses, right?
Hmm.
So we have these bypasses going on here in LA. Of course, LA, your wonderful home, hometown, is in this magnificent little sliver triangle of crazy going on here. And then
Hmm.
this big old main line going on here, and then the end, and this stuff. This is where the Santa Ana winds is coming in. It's crazy.
Hmm.
Which one? It's going up and down, and side to side, and around the place. That's why it's
And
all
then the
crazy like
triangle above that is coming down, is smacking down to that
mm-hmm,
one. So
mm-hmm,
as it's going up, the other area is going down, and then the other area
mm-hmm,
from the top of that one and that
mm-hmm,
hexagon is pushing all of that down.
mm-hmm.
It's an interesting like block. It looks like blocks of wind. I don't know. Just interesting
Mm-hmm.
to be looking at right now.
It is blocks of wood, and as you probably have that cool male way of looking at it spatially. I look at it from uh, a different way. It's something in men. Y'all able to look at stuff spatially. I'm spatially challenged, So when someone says go north on something, I'm like, where's north? Okay, north is where? This way, right? Men are like north, they automatically know where it is, right? I don't know how y'all do it, but you guys have spatial acuity that is a little bit different than us. But I saw something right here. This little strange shape here, where it's the main line right here, then you got the two yins right here, and then the two yangs right here. So it's kind of like a 1, 2, like a diamond shape right here.
Yeah, it do look like a
With a
diamond.
main, like a mind, like this thing, and it's
Yeah.
pushing up around here. I wonder how often these kind of slide back and forth, and it makes me think of like a vice going in and out. Like, so I wonder if this green line slides in a little bit and then slides out a little bit and slides in a little bit, slides out,
Yeah.
slides in and slides out. I wonder if it's like
That will mean that all of the ley lines will be moving in a rotation, because
Mhm.
if it moves and the other ones don't move, then it will be just moving out of rotation or out of
Yeah.
alignment. So
Yeah.
there's no telling if they have been out of alignment and they're just now getting back into alignment. Like you're saying, they're moving back into alignment,
Mhm.
or are they already in alignment and they just move and fluctuate like how they want to and stuff like that. So ain't
Mhm.
no telling if they actually just stay stationed and never move. Those
Mhm.
are a lot of questions that we don't know.
It's a lot of
Fully.
questions.
Yeah.
This is just a map, and a map is a snapshot of any given moment. So this is where we left off at this particular moment to get to this point. But who knows what could have happened? We could have messed everything up after a little
That
bit of
part.
time. This is like a snapshot. This is like taking pictures.
Yeah.
So we have a snapshot of the time. And once again, we got this Idaho, Nevada, Utah, Wyoming, Oregon thing going on here. This little diamond shape
That
going
little
on here.
diamond, what is that location? Because even before that diamond that you're talking about, there's a diamond that is going over Arizona, Mexico, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and California, and the yellow lines. It's like one big old
This
diamond
one
that's
right here,
going.
like this big one right here. That's what you're talking about.
Yes, the big one. Yes,
This one, the
yes,
big one right here. So this
yeah,
main point right here. So this main point. This is everything just coming into one big main point. And there's a
yeah.
lot of energy down there too.
Mm-hmm.
I've been down there before in Phoenix, and there's a lot of energy going down there. You can feel stuff happening. People have had like strange magnetic things going on with their watches and cars and things
Yeah.
like that going on around. There's a lot of energy happening down
I
there.
mean, it's going
And
it's
then
going in the same vein as the Grand Canyon. So it's like
mhm.
right in the same
It's
vein.
right there. It's it. Yeah. Right here in this area is the Grand Canyon somewhere around here. Like this
Yeah.
Vegas and stuff is around here. So the Grand Canyon is around here somewhere. So it's it yeah. There's a whole lot of energy going there. And then so you got this big diamond. Oop, nope, nope. And then we got this big diamond going on here, and then we got this strange diamond going right here that's intersecting into this big diamond. And you can just kind of just see the energy is just moving all over the place. So if you're
Mm-hmm.
wondering what's going on, yeah, that's what's going on. We're being looked at, and I wonder if these other planets looking in at us are seeing these ley lines and going, "Yep, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on." I wonder if they're having a what I'm talking as if there's like people. Hello,
Mm-hmm.
hello. Are you still there? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I
It
feel.
died on me. Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like it's. I wonder if they have like a news, as if there are people there, but I wonder if those
Yeah.
beings there have their own type of news type of program. Oh yeah, we got the. If you take a look over at Earth, they got over in this lane line over here. They're
Mm-hmm.
sending out a whole bunch of bullshit over
Mm-hmm.
here, with these people. So I wonder what they're seeing when they do this. Anyway, I just thought I'd show you that. So once again, share this tab instead. Oh, is my stellarium still up? Can you see my
And
stellarium, or did it die?
it's
Probably died.
still it's uploading. It's going
It's
slow,
low.
but
Yes, low.
yeah.
But so back to this. Here's the ice, so the
But I
kids are
question
not
it
acting
too.
crazy outside. So here, yeah, I question it. And then so yeah, so the sun and the moon and Mercury. Let's go back to our time right, and then so it just makes me wonder. It just makes Hello. You're just now getting, are you waking up now? Back to real time? Thank you. Okay. So now we're going back to this alignment. I wonder
And
if they're looking at us.
Sirius has been blinking like crazy.
Yep. They just got done with a whole. Oh, this is right.
At nighttime, Sirius be blinking. It'd be blinking so much.
I wonder if it'll let me search.
Huge.
It won't let me search right now. Oh, but this is okay. So this is some other BS about what is this one moving around? What is this? Starlink. And
Starlink,
these little
Pleiades
want to be fake. These are supposed to be our little
satellites
going on around here. Whatever they do, fake. I just something about it just
see, but the funny thing about all of that
says that
stuff
they're
that's
not
up
really
here is
real.
that it's
Whatever.
coming.
It doesn't seem to want about this. So.
It's being sent back down. It's being sent back down because of a lot of the flares from the sun, but also the energy. This energy that is hitting the Earth is pressing down. It's such a pressing down energy from all of the planetary alignment right now that it's throwing all of this space junk back to Earth right now. All over the world, it's space junk falling from these old satellites that have gotten fried because of X flares or something like that. Gamma radiation have reached our Earth, but there's a lot of these things, a lot of these systems that are are malfunctioning now at this point because of that. So yeah, just because we think that we see all of these satellites in the air, they are coming
The last
down.
one of them is giving off their own vibration. I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing this because you're breaking up, and I can't seem to handle both of them being on at the same time. So let me stop sharing my screen, and then we can get back to you talking. And then, but I just wanted to share that's Renana Ephraim with the Star Report right now. Let's get back to our anchor, Prime Blaq. Thank you. Yay. So I just wanted to say thank you so much to everybody who did listen last time when I lifted up a prayer. I prayed for everybody. I got up at like 4:30 this morning and prayed for the whole nation just in case there were any stragglers who didn't get enough prayer from everybody. But I just I like to pray for everybody because like I said yesterday it was important for me to pray, but I don't have to do it every day. But with you guys, if you guys don't want that. But yesterday was important for me to pray for you guys because it was the beginning of this alignment. It was the beginning. You choose what you're gonna do. Like I said yesterday, you get Joshua 24:15. Choose this day whom you're gonna serve, and whatever. So because now this is the changeover. So we're witnessing it in the constellations. This is the changeover. And it's like they're watching our inauguration right now. Like the stars are watching our inauguration right now.
That's nice.
So whatever they think that they're doing here in the world, and these powers that shouldn't be think that they're doing, it's not. It's nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because just wait. 2025 is gonna be so funny. It's gonna be so fun.
So funny. So
I'll give it back to you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll give it back to you, sir, and I will talk to you again soon. Okay, love you all. Okay, bye-bye.
Yes, beloveds, the time that we are in right now is aligning up exactly how the Most High drew the plays up. We can't go and do our own thing and our own ego and our own tangent and go and run our own audibles and stuff like that. No. When you listen to the Most High and the Holy Spirit, when they are manifesting and downloading the game plan in you, you must follow it to a T. And the people that are not following it to a T are getting left on the wayside. They're getting hit. They're finally winning their cold potatoes now. They're winning their magic number. You're getting your Willy Wonka golden ticket. And you're seeing people who have been on the fritz That's the thing that's being called out right now. It's being revealed that, hey, are you on the fritz? Hey, are you on this side or are you on that side? So that's what you're seeing with a lot of the brothers and sisters that are going through a lot of these same ordeals that 83 is going through. Brothers that are in the half truth, sisters that are in the half truth, pump faking, giving off the impression that, yeah, I'm all sold, brother, but you still sleeping with the devil. You can't do it both ways. You can't serve two masters. And the Most High God is a jealous God. So that's why you have to be separate and separate yourself from the things that you idolize, whether it's your football team, your basketball teams, your Audi cars, your BMWs, whatever the case may be. You have to be able to let go of everything, even the food that you eat. That's why we're about to go on this fast. The Most High wants to see how much control and discipline do you have over your mind, body, and spirit. To be able to tell yourself no when you are tempted, when your vices come across you. How much are you willing to cool down and be chill when you're hothead? Or when you're just too chill and you're too non-ambitious and apathetic? When do you spice up life? When do you light a fire under that caliente? So that's what's being called out right now. It's being revealed. Are you going to keep sitting on the sidelines, or are you going to get up and make this happen, Captain? And that's what we're doing. That's why I'm appreciative of being here, because this is holding all of us accountable, holding all of us, forging us through the fire. I'm appreciative of the ones that are here, because you are consistently showing up to be able to learn and to be educated and to be able to receive something so you could be able to pay it forward. You may come across and have a conversation with a brother and sister out there that you'd be able to pick up some type of insight from this. I do my best to not present you guys some raggedy, irrelevant stuff. And even if I do, it's for a lesson. It's for a reason. It's not just to be just throwing stuff up here just to be sitting here watching it. I am not going to waste your time. I'm not going to sit here and waste my time delving off into something that ain't got nothing to do with what the Most High has called me to be able to present to the brothers and sisters out here. These are the things that I'm presenting, is things that we need to keep a lookout on and pay attention to, however we're going about and looking about. Whether in the stores, you going inside of the store, you know not to buy no boar's head. I know not to buy no boar's head. Why? Because you just got finished looking at videos that describe boar's head. You know how not to go outside right now. Why? Because the snow is melting and it's turning into black ice. And even if it wasn't turning into black ice, it's still snowing. So we are learning everything that we need to learn to keep ourselves on guard and pay attention and stay focused and just staying at peace right now, y'all. Seeing these things just should bring you joy and peace to be able to know that, okay, I see my enemy. I see you. I ain't gonna get moved. Oh, he called me a nigger. No, we're not gonna do all that no more. We're gonna be cool, calm, and collective and know that everything is going to happen the way it's supposed to happen, literally. Let that stuff happen the way it's supposed to happen. Let these people get all riled up and hoorah and dancing and dancing with the swords and all type of stuff. Let them do all of this stuff, because they're gonna have to answer for all of this right now, y'all. Everybody around the world, you're seeing it right now. They're gonna have to answer for all of this right now. The bells are being rung by these planetary parades right now, and it's waking people up. It's waking people up in so many different ways, whether it's our brothers and sisters in the truth, or if it's 83. If it's 83, it's literally having them confess. That's what it's saying to most of these people. Judgment is upon all these people, and these beautiful godly voices are whispering right into their ears and saying, confess, confess, confess. And literally that's what they're doing. And they're showing their hands, showing the snake eyes. You're showing the ones who are going all the way out of their way to invest into, You know, I just seen a video of somebody at the casino blew all their money. That's what I'm saying. This is the amplification of the seven deadly sins. How much of your seven deadly sins are you in control of right now? Because that greed and that lust for that greed had a brother go and spend all his money in the casino and lost his damn mind. We got to be able to let go of things that we have been truly attached to and to be able to re-engineer it to have it work in our favor. Yes, we are seeing the uprising and upticking in many animals that have come back from the brink of extinction. The wolves, the bears are coming out. They're eating lovely right now. The birds. There's been a crane. There's been a crane that lands right in a tree right above my place. Every time I finish with the show and I go out and I just stand up and stretch and take a breath of fresh air, may take a walk or something like that, and I see that there's a crane that just sits there and it rocks in a tree and it looks at me. And that's what I used to be when I was on my mental journeys out on the road, and the animals would come up to me. I would see birds, it would be squirrels, it would be deer, you know, it would be fish in the water. It's just like the animals, the trees, the grass, the everything. It loves us. It wants us to love it back. When we deny it, that's when we see, it's like they're the reporters. They're going to tell, hey, this person he don't smell good. He ain't been no good person, nothing like that. He refused to take the truth. He keep denying, and that's when you don't get protected. That's when you get caught off guard. You may get hit by a deer. You might hit a deer or something like that. I don't know. But I just know that for every action, there's a reaction. And like the sister said, we have the choices right now. This is the choice right now. You're either going to be hesitant. Hesitation is going to prevent all elevation. So this is the time for you to evolve and elevate yourself, and then push through that. Push through whatever is stifling you. Whatever you got that you doubt and that you can't do, get help. That's why we're here. We're trying to work together and be able to have that brainstorm and a sound mind of like, okay, how can we make these things happen? What all are we great at doing that we can be able to come together? That's why I want to build up the allpraise-to-the-most-high.com website. I want that to be the safe haven, the entrance, the welcoming door. I want it to be the Costco doors that open up and just like all the brothers and sisters like, welcome home, baby. That's what I want to build allpraise-to-the-most-high.com for. So we can be able to look at that and be able to have something that we can come in and be a safe haven for us to do whatever we need to do, get whatever we need to get, and talk to whoever we need to talk to. So yeah, all praise to the Most High is going to be in the works during this fast. It's going to be a lot of opportunity on there for people to be able to contribute. People be able to write their own articles. If you come across articles of, you may be an expert in health. You may be, you may be a journalist or an author or blog writer on or through the website, and writing about health tips for our beloved sisters who may need help with their menstruation or, diabetes or, I don't know, anything. But I'm just saying we need to be able to find our people who already have the expertise, who are the writers, who can be able to, that, like I said, I have bookmarks of a bunch of resources for all of our people. So what we need to be able to do is call out the problem, analyze and assess the circumstance in the situation, and then come up with a realistic, practical, and simplistic solution. Not all of the extra, running back and forth, trying to figure out what to do and what to say, and just kind of stepping on each other's ideas and suggestions because you didn't come up with it. And that's what a lot of people's egos get hurt because they're like, damn, I didn't come up with that. Shoot, I'm mad that this person came up with it. And that's why a lot of things don't happen because you got somebody who's willing to envy. Envy is that sneaky one where you got brothers and sisters that are jealous and envious of whatever you're doing and whatever you got going on. So yeah, this is the year of the lookout. This is the watch out. The amount of people that's going to be coming out of nowhere the moment that this music drop. It's going to be a lot of people coming out of nowhere. Oh, I want to work with you now. Oh, I want to work with you now. You're going to see a lot of people when you write your book and your operation and your business is successful now. This is where you got to put to the test what the Most High was trying to remove you from in the first place. This is the time. These are the moments that you got to be prepared. That you're going to have people who are going to, they have been away from you for so long that they have mastered how to be manipulative. They mastered how to con people. They mastered how to be evil and rude and disrespect. People have mastered their things away from you, whether they're good or bad. So you got to understand what side of the fence you're on. That you stay away from everybody to go into the burning bush to learn how to part that Red Sea, or that you stay in that tumbleweed to put blood in the sea. See what I'm saying? So that's why I want to be able to keep us together in some form of fashion as we are doing right now. And we are opening our eyes to all of the new horizons and opportunities. So like I said, this is a space that we're doing this, it's going to get to a point where, we'll be up here all day, every day, because the people are going to they're going to need answers. There's going to be so much going on. People are going to need answers to their questions, and they're going to be running to us all the way, every way. And I just need my brothers and sisters to keep sharing this out. Keep sharing this out on all the different Facebook groups that are out there. All the different Facebook groups so that people can be informed. Tweeting it out on X. These are very long videos. These are four and a half hour videos, but they've been jam-packed with the information that our people need. They can always go back and read it. Listen. But we've been jam-packing putting the information up so we can be able to, for one, I'm doing this to show thyself approved. I don't read my Bible to be clout chasing for nothing. I don't do that for nothing else but the glorification of the Most High. And knowing how much he has brought me through everything. That is the least I can do. And that's for the younger generation to lead by example, to be doing that. And for us to be doing this, yes. We need Sister Renana's prayers in the morning, whether it's before my Bible verse or right after or during this show. It don't matter, but we need it. We need the Sister Deborah. We need the Brother Debar. We need everybody on deck. We need Sister Judith. We need Sister Chosen One. We need Raz the Pro. We need everybody on deck. And we're getting there. We need New Bleed. We need everybody to keep this going on and having these meetings and having these conversations and seeing what's out there. And we're going to be all right. We all right now. So yes, I'm going to leave y'all with that. I'm going to give me something to eat my leftovers of my little turkey meatloaf because it was fire. I promise y'all. I make a fire turkey meatloaf. Anyways, blessings to all of y'all. I love y'all so much. It's a good time that we're living in, y'all. It's a good time we're living in right now. Do not be scared of nothing. Don't be scared of none of this right now. But all right, y'all.